Howdy folks. You're watching Prime Fiction. Sit tight because today we bring you Naruto was the lost prince of Asgard who returned, and Sif Hela Valkyrie and Frigga all competed to claim him. Smash that like, subscribe, and enjoy the ride. Chapter 1. The fox comes to the Golden City. The Bifrost didn't invite him. That was the first thing Heimdall noticed, not the burst of light, not the shockwave that cracked 3 flagstones in the observatory and sent his raven scattering into a sky that had been perfectly calm 2 seconds ago. It was the fact that nobody had opened the bridge. Nobody had turned the sword. The Bifrost had simply responded, the way a sleeping animal responds to a loud noise, involuntarily, suddenly, and with great displeasure. The figure who landed in the center of the observatory hit the ground in a crouch, one hand pressed flat to the cracked stone, golden-orange chakra flickering at his fingertips like something alive. He stayed down for exactly 3 seconds, not because he was hurt, but because he was listening. Head slightly tilted. Eyes moving across the observatory in quick, practiced sweeps before he'd even stood up. Heimdall had watched 10,000 warriors arrive through the Bifrost over the centuries. He could count on one hand the ones who checked their surroundings before getting to their feet. The young man stood. He was tall, but not in the way Asgardian warriors were tall, not broad and deliberate about it, not armored into something larger than himself. He wore a burnt-orange jacket over dark clothing, with whisker marks on both cheeks that shouldn't have looked like anything other than strange, and yet somehow looked exactly right on his face. His hair was the color of sunlight. His eyes were the blue of something very deep and very dangerous pretending to be shallow. He looked around the observatory, took in the rainbow bridge stretching out behind him, looked at the golden city gleaming in the distance, then looked directly at Heimdall. "Okay," he said. "That was not where I was trying to go." Heimdall considered him for a long moment. The gatekeeper saw through all things, across the 9 realms, into the hearts of men, through the skin of worlds. What he saw inside this young man made the hair on the back of his neck rise for the first time in 400 years. "No," Heimdall agreed. "It was not where you were trying to go. And yet here you are." "Yeah." The young man looked back out at the bridge, at the city. Something moved across his face, too quick to name. "Here I am." They sent 6 guards to escort him to the palace. Naruto walked with them pleasantly enough, hands in his jacket pockets, looking at everything with the unself-conscious curiosity of someone who had never learned that staring was rude. Asgard was, he was searching for the right word and landing somewhere between enormous and absurd. Everything was gold. Not gilded, not gold-accented, not gold-adjacent, genuinely, aggressively, unapologetically gold. The towers caught the light and threw it back at you like they were proud of themselves. "Nice place," he offered to the guard on his left. The guard did not respond. "Very shiny," Naruto added. "Still nothing. Is everything here gold, or just the parts you want people to see? Because back home we had a village hidden in the leaves, which is a great name, and I want to know if Asgard is secretly hiding something good too. Like a village hidden in the gold." The guard on his right cleared his throat. "The All-Father will determine what you are permitted to see," he said. "Sure," Naruto said, in a tone that communicated absolutely nothing about whether he intended to follow that rule. They were halfway across the bridge when the first one found him. He felt her before he heard her, a sharpening in the air, the specific quality of attention that only another fighter generates, like a blade catching light differently than everything around it. He turned his head casually, and there she was on the bridge railing to his left, standing on it with the easy balance of someone who did this regularly, dark hair snapping in the wind, one hand on the sword at her hip and her eyes locked on him with an expression he recognized immediately. She was deciding. Not if she could beat him. That question was still open and she knew it. He could tell by the careful way she was tracking his hands and his feet simultaneously without making it obvious. She was deciding whether she wanted to. "You're not supposed to be here," said Lady Sif, dropping off the railing onto the bridge proper, 6 feet away, with the kind of easy grace that made the move look like she'd simply stepped down from a curb. People keep telling me that, Naruto said pleasantly. It's becoming sort of a theme. The Bifrost does not open for uninvited arrivals. And yet. He spread his hands, a gesture encompassing himself and all his supposed impossibility. Sif's jaw tightened, not with anger, he noticed, but with something more interesting. A problem she hadn't solved yet. You broke through the bridge. I didn't break anything. I just showed up. The bridge made its own decision. He tilted his head. Honestly, a little flattering. One of the guards shifted. Lady Sif, we have orders to bring him before. I know your orders, she said, without looking at the guard. Her eyes hadn't left Naruto's. I also know that he's been doing exactly what he wanted since he arrived, and your escort is purely decorative. A beat. Tell me I'm wrong. Naruto smiled. It was a good smile, the kind that started in the eyes before it reached the mouth, and had the slightly irritating quality of being completely genuine. The railing thing was impressive, he said. How long were you up there before I spotted you? You spotted me the moment I moved. I spotted you before that. Something shifted in her expression. Not softening, that wasn't the right word. More like a door that had been at 30 degrees opening another 10. You're either very confident or very stupid. Little bit of both, he said cheerfully. It's a whole thing. Walk with me. The 6 guards looked at each other. Sif was quiet for a moment, then fell into step beside him, matching his pace without being asked. It was a very specific kind of physical statement, and Naruto filed it away without commenting on it. You have chakra, she said, after a moment. You know what chakra is? I've traveled the 9 realms. I've seen stranger things than a boy with foxfire running through his hands. She glanced at him sidelong. What's sealed in you? He looked at her, and there was something in his eyes that was briefly, genuinely, not the casual warmth he'd been wearing like a second jacket. Something older and considerably larger. Something that would be upset if I called it, what? Something alive. Very. She absorbed that. And it doesn't control you. He and I have an arrangement. He. Her voice didn't change, but he could tell she'd revised something. You speak of it as a partner. Took a while to get there, Naruto admitted, and his tone said that is all you're getting on that topic right now, and Sif, to her credit, heard it perfectly and let the thread go. The palace gates opened for them, and Asgard swallowed them whole. The throne room was built to make you feel small. Naruto had stood in front of Tsunade in full Hokage regalia, had faced the 10 tails, had stared into the eyes of a man who wanted to destroy the world because he was tired of a world that caused pain. The throne room of Asgard, its pillars reaching into a vaulted ceiling lost in golden shadow, its floor polished to a mirror shine that doubled everything around it, was impressive. He'd grant it that. It was absolutely trying very hard. He stopped in the middle of it and looked up at the ceiling, and then back down at where the throne sat, empty, elevated on its dais. Where's the All-Father? He asked. In the healing rooms, said Sif, beside him, her voice dropping just slightly. He has been there for some time. Is he going to be okay? She looked at him. Why do you ask? Because that's what you ask when someone's in the healing rooms. He turned his gaze to her, and it was direct and simple and without calculation. Is he going to be okay? A pause, and something briefly human crossed her warrior's face. We don't know. Before he could respond, the side door opened, not the massive ceremonial doors, but a smaller one set into the left wall, and the woman who walked through it stopped the moment she saw him. Just stopped. Like she'd walked into a wall that nobody else could see. She was older than the others, dressed in green and gold, with a presence that filled the room differently than Sif's did, not like a weapon but like weather, steady and encompassing and capable of great change. Her face was composed. Her eyes were not. Her eyes were doing something very complicated, very quickly, and they were doing it specifically at the region of his face just below his cheekbones. At the 3 whisker marks on each side. "Who are you?" she asked. Her voice was steady. Her hands were not. One had come up to grip the fabric of her dress at the side, a small motion she probably didn't realize she'd made. "Naruto," he said. "Naruto Uzumaki." He watched her face as he said it, because that was how you read a room. "And you're Frigga," she said. "Queen of Asgard." She crossed the room toward him, and with each step something in her face was losing its careful arrangement, coming undone at the seams in a way that told him this was not a composed woman having a composed moment. This was a composed woman being ambushed by something she thought she'd locked away. She stopped 3 feet from him. This close, he could see that her eyes were bright with something that hadn't decided yet whether it was going to be tears. She reached up, slowly, giving him every chance to step back, and touched the whisker marks on his right cheek with 2 fingers. The touch of someone who'd been waiting to verify something for a very long time. "You have her eyes," Frigga said quietly. "And your father's, his stubbornness, clearly. Arriving through a closed Bifrost is exactly the kind of thing he would have done by accident." Naruto caught her wrist, gently, but firmly. "You want to explain what's happening right now?" From across the room, he heard Sif shift, heard the slight sound of a hand settling on a sword pommel. Not threatening. Protective. He noted it. Frigga's hand came down. She composed herself, not quickly, but completely, like watching someone rebuild a wall from the inside out. When she spoke again her voice was a queen's voice, measured and clear. "There are things I must tell you," she said. "Things that should have been told long ago, and were not, for reasons I believed were good." A pause. "I am no longer certain they were." "Okay," he said. "Just that." "Okay." She blinked. She'd expected something else, clearly. More resistance, more demands, more of the reaction most people had to being told that reality as they knew it required significant revision. "You're not going to argue?" she asked. "Someone who looks like she's been carrying something heavy just told me she needs to explain it," he said. "What am I going to argue with?" "I don't know enough yet. I'll argue after." He crossed his arms. "Talk." She didn't tell him everything in the throne room. She told him enough that by the time Sif walked him to the chambers they'd prepared in the east wing of the palace, the afternoon light had turned from gold to copper and Naruto had not said more than 15 words in the last 2 hours, which Sif gathered was not normal for him. She left him at the door. Then she stood outside it for a moment, which was not something she typically did. She was not a person who lingered at doors. She walked away. Inside the chambers, Naruto sat on the edge of the bed that was large enough to sleep 4 people comfortably, looked at the ceiling, and thought about what Frigga had told him. His mother had not been from Konoha. She'd been from Asgard. Not Asgardian exactly, something older, something that had existed in the spaces between the realms before the Asgardians had built their city, one of the last of a bloodline that carried treaty power in its veins, a magic older than Odin's rule. She'd come to the mortal world young, and she'd loved a man there, a remarkable man, Naruto's father, and she'd had a child, and when the war came, not the 4th Shinobi War, an older war, one Naruto had no name for, she had made a choice. She had hidden the child. Not in the mortal world. In it, buried him in it, wrapped him in ordinary life and an ordinary name, sealed away every trace of what he carried until the child was strong enough to carry it without breaking. Frigga had helped. Frigga had known. Frigga had watched from across the worlds and had not come, because coming would have led those who were hunting them directly to the child. To him. Naruto lay back on the bed and stared at the ceiling. "Well," he said to no one. From somewhere inside him, that warm, massive, constantly present somewhere, came the sensation that was Kurama's version of a laugh. Low and resonant, like a mountain finding something funny. "Told you something was weird about the seal design," the fox said. You did not tell me that. I thought about it. That's not the same thing. Still. The pieces fit. Naruto put his arm over his eyes. Does this change anything? For us, I mean. The whole Asgard thing. A long pause. When Kurama spoke again, there was something unusually careful in his tone, the way the fox spoke when he was being honest about something he hadn't fully processed yet. It changes the shape of things. Not the substance. A beat. You're still you. Whatever you were before you knew this, you're still that. Sure, Naruto said. You don't believe me. I believe you. He moved his arm. Looked at the ceiling again. I'm just thinking. Dangerous. Rest instead. He almost smiled. Yeah. He was asleep inside 10 minutes, the way people who've had genuinely difficult childhoods learn to sleep, completely, quickly, without ceremony, because rest is something you take when you can get it. It was the cold that woke him. Not the chill of a night left too long without fire, this was intentional cold, directed cold, the kind of cold that reaches into a room from somewhere very specific and says pay attention. His eyes opened. His hand moved. The woman standing at the window was tall, taller than Sif, as tall as some of the Asgardian warriors he'd seen in the throne room, but she stood differently than warriors stand. She stood the way a fact stands. Immovable and without apology. Her hair was black and fell straight around a face that was mostly shadows and composed lines, and when she turned from the window to look at him her eyes were green and absolutely luminous in the dark. He sat up. She looked at him. He looked at her. You opened that window, he said, but you didn't come through it. You were already in here. Correct, she said. Which means you were hiding in a room that's been sealed by the Queen's personal magic since this afternoon. Also correct. Impressive, he said, with genuine appreciation. You want to tell me who you are, or is that part of the atmosphere? Her mouth curved. It didn't quite make it to a smile, but it tried. My name, she said, is Hela. The temperature dropped another 2 degrees. He'd heard that name. In the last 2 hours of Frigga's careful explanations, in the texture of the stories around it, in the things she hadn't quite said and the gaps she'd left where things had been deliberately omitted. He'd heard it in the way Sif's expression had changed when the topic of Asgard's history had come too close to certain edges. Hela, he said. Goddess of death. Among other things, she said, as if the title bored her slightly. Also, he said, Thor's sister. Also that. Although, her eyes moved across him with a deliberateness that was not unflattering, I find that the more interesting siblingship, at this moment, is considerably more recent. He was quiet. You're my brother too, she said. Or close enough. The bloodline that made you is one I share, distantly. We are kin, you and I, through the old roots, before Odin, before the palace, before they built their gold city over the bones of what came first. She tilted her head. Did Frigga explain that part? She left some things out, he said. She leaves many things out. It is both her greatest skill and her worst habit. She moved away from the window, and the cold moved with her, and Naruto tracked her across the room without turning his body, just his eyes, just the careful peripheral awareness he'd learned from the worst fights of his life. I have been in hell for a very long time. Something broke my binding when you arrived. My Bifrost entrance. Your chakra, she corrected. Specifically, the chakra of what's sealed inside you. The nine-tailed fox is older than most people know. Old enough that its energy resonates with the foundations of the 9 realms. When you arrived, you hit Asgard's foundations like a bell. Everything old woke up. A pause. Including me. So you're free. I am, currently between constraints. Her tone on those words was dry enough to crack stone. I have no intention of returning to hell, if that's what you're wondering. I wasn't wondering, he said. What I'm wondering is why you came here. To my room. In the middle of the night. She looked at him for a moment, a real look, the kind that moves behind the eyes rather than in front of them. I wanted to see what you were, she said. Now that I have. And? You are not what I expected. She said it like it was a compliment, which it was. Frigga expected you to be overwhelmed. The guards expected you to be arrogant. Sif expected, a small pause that had something complicated in it, something else. What did you expect? Something smaller, she said. Something that needed this place. He met her gaze. I don't need this place. No, she agreed. You don't. That is precisely what makes you interesting. She turned back toward the window, and for a moment the moonlight caught her, and she was extraordinary and terrible and deeply lonely in a way she would never, under any circumstances, admit. Asgard will try to make you into something. A prince, a symbol, a weapon, a son. They'll dress it in different clothes, but the request will always be the same: become what we need you to be. And your advice is? She glanced back over her shoulder. Don't. Then she stepped through the window and was gone, and the cold receded, and Naruto sat alone in the dark room of the palace that apparently contained his history, and thought about 3 different things at once. He was good at that. Morning in Asgard arrived without subtlety. The light came in gold and came in strong, hitting the palace windows at an angle specifically calculated, Naruto suspected, to make everything look like the beginning of something epic. He'd seen subtler sunrises in places where the world was actually ending. He found the kitchens by smell and talked the cook into giving him 4 bowls of something that wasn't ramen but made a sincere attempt at being hearty, and he ate it standing at the window in the kitchen because the cook kept giving him uncertain looks, and he figured being at the window gave the man an easy excuse to pretend not to notice the prince eating informally in his kitchen. He was on the 3rd bowl when Sif found him. She stopped in the kitchen doorway, took in the bowls, the informal slouch, the cook's expression of barely contained amusement, and said nothing for a moment. You could have asked for breakfast to be brought to your chambers, she said finally. I like kitchens, he said. They're honest. You always know what's happening in a kitchen. He looked at her. She was already in her armor. Had she slept in it? No, but she'd been up early enough that the choice between armor and casual clothes had felt like something that needed to be made deliberately. He filed that away too. Morning. Morning, she said, with the slight hesitation of someone unaccustomed to casual greetings. She crossed to the window and stood near him, not near enough to be deliberate about it, and looked out at the practice yards below. Warriors were already training. The sound of steel came up to them clean and bright through the morning air. You were told about your parentage, she said. More or less. How much is less? Enough that I know there's more. He finished the 3rd bowl, set it down. Frigga's careful. She measures out information the way good medics measure medicine, just enough to treat the condition without creating a new one. He glanced at Sif. You knew, didn't you? Before yesterday. That I was coming, or that someone like me existed. She was quiet for exactly the length of time that confirmed it. I knew there was a secret, she said. Not what the secret was. Frigga holds things very close. Yeah. He looked at the training yard. A warrior below was running a form with a spear, clean and disciplined and without waste, and something in Naruto's hands responded to the sight the way hands do when they've been too long without work. Can I train down there? Sif turned to look at him. You just arrived. Which is exactly why I want to move. New places feel real faster if you sweat in them. He stretched his neck, one side then the other. Unless there are rules. There are always rules. Which ones matter? Another pause. Then, despite herself, the corner of her mouth. I'll take you down, she said. The training yard conversation happened in the way all real conversations between fighters happen, in between attempts to hit each other. It started as demonstration. Naruto in the center of the yard, no weapons, looking at the weapons rack with the expression of someone doing mental math. Sif beside him, explaining the options with the practiced efficiency of someone who had explained this many times and found most students disappointing. "What do you normally fight with?" she asked. "Chakra. Clones. This." He held up his right hand, and a flicker of orange-gold energy ran across his knuckles, not threatening, just present. "Sometimes a sword. I've used most things at some point." "Clones," she said flatly. "Shadow clones. They're real. They hit back, they feel things, they can be anywhere I need them." She processed this. "Show me." He made 3 of them. They appeared with a soft pop of displaced air, identical down to the whisker marks, and the 3 Narutos looked at each other with the slightly self-congratulatory expression they all wore when this worked correctly. Every warrior in the training yard stopped what they were doing. Said Sif. "Yeah," said original Naruto. "How many can you make?" "I once made enough to cover a mountain," he said. "But that's a special occasion number. Day-to-day, a few hundred." The silence in the yard had taken on a specific quality, the quality of people doing rapid reassessments of a situation. "Fight me," said Sif. "Okay," he said. "No chakra." He considered this. "Why?" "Because I want to know what you are under it. Any strong enough power can hide a weak foundation." Her eyes were direct and perfectly serious. "I want to see your foundation." He smiled, a different smile than the one from the bridge. This one had edges. "You sure?" "Yes." "All right." He dismissed the clones. No chakra. What followed was the most fun Naruto had had since Konoha, which was saying something because Konoha's definition of fun included the occasional world-ending crisis. Sif was extraordinary, technically perfect, adaptable in a way most warriors with her level of training failed to be because the training itself created rigidity. She flowed between forms like she was improvising music she'd practiced for years, and she read his movements at a speed that said she'd been watching him since the bridge and had not wasted a second of it. He let her push him back twice, because he wanted to see how she attacked when she had ground advantage. Then he stopped giving ground. She noticed immediately. Her combination shifted, she went for a throw, and he caught her arm, and for one moment they were locked together in the middle of the yard, each testing the other's resistance, and she was grinning in a way that was absolutely unguarded and entirely real. "There it is," she said. "What?" he said. "The thing under the rest of it." She pushed forward. He didn't move. "You fight like someone who learned by surviving things that should have killed them. Is that good or bad?" "It's honest." She broke the lock, came at him from the left. "Most of the warriors here learn to fight in training yards. Controlled. Measured. You learned in the kind of places that don't give you the option of being measured." "And you?" he asked, catching her strike, redirecting it down. "I learned both," she said. "Which is why I know the difference when I feel it. A beat, real quick, while they were still moving. You're stronger than you're showing." "A little. More than a little." He didn't answer that. Instead he moved, 3 steps, a pivot, and the kind of speed that was the product of years of absolute physical conditioning applied without chakra, and suddenly he was behind her and she was very still with his forearm close but not touching her throat, both of them breathing hard. Around the yard, absolutely nobody was training anymore. "Yield?" he asked, right by her ear. A pause. "Not even slightly," she said, with considerable dignity. He laughed, stepped back, and she turned to face him. Her expression had done something new, it was open, in the way closed things become when they've been handled correctly. He'd seen it on Kakashi once, after a specific training session, and on Niji after an even more specific one. He'd earned something. Again? She asked. Yeah, he said. But this time I'm using chakra. Her expression sharpened into something that wasn't quite a smile but was clearly interested in becoming one. Good, she said. It was during the third round. Naruto with full sage mode settled around him like sunlight made heavy, Sif adapting in real time with the remarkable capacity of a warrior who was genuinely learning mid-fight rather than just reacting, that it happened. The ground shook. Not the small shake of a structural tremor. The deep, directional shake of something arriving at the bridge. Naruto came out of the stance immediately, the warmth of Sage Mode receding not because he dismissed it but because his attention had shifted and Sage Mode required the specific quiet of environmental sensing that was hard to maintain while he was rapidly repositioning his understanding of the situation. He looked at Sif. Her face had gone from open and interested to closed and alert in the time it took the second tremor to arrive. "What is that?" he asked. "The Bifrost," she said, already moving toward the edge of the yard where a parapet looked out toward the bridge. Her hand was on her sword. Something large came through. A pause. Something that was not invited. He moved to stand beside her. Below, beyond the golden spires, at the far end of the bridge where Heimdall's observatory caught the light, something was wrong with the colors. The rainbow light of the bridge had taken on a blue-white cast that was cold rather than brilliant, and Heimdall's silhouette was visible even from this distance, taut with something that was not preparation. It was warning. "Frost giants?" Naruto asked. He didn't know how he knew the word. But he'd been in Asgard for less than one full day and he'd already absorbed enough of the context in people's careful silences and the things they didn't say around him to know that the cold things that came through the bridge uninvited were the category of problem that made Sif's jaw set exactly like that. "Emissary," she said. "Armed." A declaration of intent. Her eyes cut to him. "This will be about you." "Yeah," he said. "Probably. You could go to the palace. Let the warriors handle." "Don't finish that sentence," he said, mildly, and she stopped. "What are we running at?" She looked at him for one moment more. Then, one giant, at most. Likely carrying words rather than a real fight. But frost giants don't consider words and violence mutually exclusive. Good. He jumped off the parapet. 2 stories down, he hit the courtyard and ran toward the bridge, and behind him he heard Sif hit the ground a half-second later and the sound of her boots keeping pace, and in his chest something moved that wasn't chakra and wasn't karama, something that felt a little like what Asgard was apparently trying to become to him, whether he'd agreed to it yet or not. They hit the bridge entrance as the frost giant emissary reached the first arch, 9 feet of blue skin and cold intentions, carrying a staff that crackled with ice magic and bearing a message carved in Old Norse that Naruto couldn't read and didn't need to. The message was in the way it looked at him. "There he is," said the frost giant, in heavily accented but clear Asgardian. Its eyes, orange in the way all frost giant eyes were orange, were fixed entirely on Naruto. "The Lost Prince. Luffy King sends his greetings." "Does he?" said Naruto. "Luffy King asks you to consider your position." The giant drove its staff against the bridge stones, and ice crept outward from the impact point in a slow, deliberate radius. "You stand in a house that was never truly yours. The blood that built this bridge does not run in these veins." A massive hand gestured at the golden palace behind them. "But it runs in ours. And in yours, whether you know it or not." "Interesting pitch," Naruto said. He hadn't moved. He hadn't reached for chakra. He just stood on the bridge with his hands at his sides and his weight balanced and looked up at the 9 feet of frost giant threat with the expression of someone genuinely following the argument. "And if I told you I'm not particularly interested?" "Luffy King does not require your interest," the emissary said. "He requires your presence. The old treaty binds the lost prince's choice. If you stand with Asgard, the treaty holds its current terms. If you stand elsewhere, a pause, deliberate and heavy. The 9 realms renegotiate. Beside him, Sif had drawn her sword. More warriors had appeared at the bridge entrance behind them. The situation was carefully, precisely balanced at the edge of something that would either stay a diplomatic incident or become considerably more. Naruto looked at the ice still spreading from the staff's impact point, making a slow circle around him. He looked at his own boots inside that circle. Then he looked up at the emissary. "Here's my message for Luffy King," he said. His voice was the same as it had been in the kitchen that morning, easy and direct. "I just got here. I don't know what the treaty says. I don't know what I am to this place yet or what this place is to me. But I can tell you what I've always been, and what I'll always be, regardless of what palace I'm standing in." He took a step forward, and the ice under his boot cracked, not from cold but from the heat of chakra running through his body like a banked fire. "I don't go anywhere because someone else decided I should. I go where I go because I choose it." The orange eyes narrowed. "Luffy King will hear this," the emissary said. "Good," said Naruto. "And while you're delivering that, tell him the bridge also goes both ways. If he wants to talk, he can talk. I'm not hard to find." A long beat. The frost giant looked at him with the careful attention of something recalibrating. Then it turned, slowly, maintaining every inch of dignity it had arrived with, and walked back toward the observatory without hurry. The ice receded when it went. Naruto turned. Sif was looking at him with her sword still drawn and her expression arranged into something that was rigidly professional and approximately 20% successful at concealing what was underneath it. "You didn't threaten him," she said. "Nope. Most warriors, when a frost giant emissary delivers that kind of message, I know." He turned to look back at the retreating figure. "But threats are for when you need the other person scared. I didn't need him scared. I needed him to take a message. A beat. He'll take it better if he's not scared." Behind them, he was dimly aware of the gathered warriors exchanging looks. He was also aware, because he was always aware, that a green and gold figure was visible at one of the high palace windows, looking down. Had been there, probably, since the tremors started. Frigga, watching what her secret had become. He held her gaze for a moment, or held it in the direction where it would be, across the distance between them, and then he turned back to Sif. "So," he said, "are we finished with the morning or is there more?" Sif sheathed her sword. "There's always more," she said. "This is Asgard." "Yeah," he said. And for the first time since the Bifrost had made its uninvited decision and dragged him here, there was something in his chest that wasn't quite settled but was moving in that direction, the way things do when they start to recognize a landscape. He hadn't chosen this. But he was starting to see it. Chapter 2, Blood Older Than Gold. The thing about secrets is that they don't stay buried because they're hidden well. They stay buried because everyone involved agrees, silently, to keep walking past the spot where they're buried and not look down. The moment one person stops walking, the moment one person crouches and puts their ear to the ground, the whole agreement falls apart. Naruto had been crouching over buried things his entire life. He had a gift for it. Frigga knew this within 10 minutes of their second conversation. She found him in the palace library, not because she'd sent anyone to look for him, but because she'd simply thought about where a young man who'd just been told his entire history was a managed fiction would go, and the library was the answer a certain kind of person always arrived at. The kind of person who processed things by learning. By finding the shape of the thing in older words. He was sitting cross-legged on the floor with 4 books open around him, which was not how the library was meant to be used, and he was reading something in a language he shouldn't have been able to read, Old Asgardian, the kind they'd stopped teaching formally 3 centuries ago, with the focused attention of someone following a thread. She stopped in the doorway. He didn't look up. "The whisker marks," he said, still reading. "They're in the older texts. I couldn't find my mother's name, but the description of the bloodline, it mentions the marks. Physical manifestation of the old bond. Whatever my ancestors were, they had a relationship with the fox long before the seal. He turned a page. That part you didn't tell me. Frigga walked to the reading chair across from him and sat, folding her hands in her lap with the composure that was her first and most practiced armor. No, she said. I didn't. Why not? Because some truths need to arrive in the right order, or they become overwhelming rather than illuminating. He looked up at that. Or because some truths are harder to explain when you've been sitting on them for 20 years. She didn't flinch. She deserved that, and she knew it, and she met his eyes steadily. That too. He closed the book in his hands, carefully, the way you close something old and important, and set it on top of the others. Tell me about her, he said. My mother. Not what she was politically, not what the bloodline means. Who she was. A pause. Then Frigga's hands, still folded, changed, not in position but in tension, the small shift of someone deciding to stop performing composure and just be honest. Difficult, she said. Extraordinarily so, in the way people are difficult when they are also extraordinary. She came to Asgard when she was young, barely older than you are now, and she argued with everyone. Including Odin. A small pause. Especially Odin. She thought our traditions were beautiful and mostly wrong. Smart woman. She was. She was also, Frigga seemed to be choosing carefully, the kind of person who made a room feel more real simply by entering it. As if without her, everyone had been going through motions. Naruto was quiet. He was listening with his whole body the way he always listened when something mattered. She fell in love with your father very quickly, Frigga continued. He was mortal, a shinobi, remarkable even by the standards of his world. She followed him back to the mortal realm. She chose that life. A beat that carried weight. I thought she was being reckless. I told her so. She told me I was confusing recklessness with courage, and she was probably right. She sounds like him, Naruto said, and his voice was the specific quiet it got when he was talking about his parents. My dad. He did the same kind of thing, made decisions that looked like madness from outside and made perfect sense if you understood what he valued. Yes. Frigga looked at him. You look like them both. Your father's build, your coloring. Your mother's, she touched the corner of her own mouth briefly. The way your face moves when you're thinking. She did the same. He looked at the books for a moment. Then, Hela came to my room last night. Frigga went very still. She told me she was free because of my arrival, he said, watching Frigga's face. She wasn't threatening. She was, observing. Evaluating. He tilted his head. You knew she'd be released. I feared it. But you didn't warn anyone. I was not certain. The old seals were layered, I thought there was a chance, she stopped. Compressed the sentence into honesty. I hoped it would not happen. That is different from believing it would not. What is she to you? He asked. Really? Outside of the politics of it. Frigga was quiet for a long time. Long enough that the dust motes in the library had time to travel the full length of a sunbeam. She is my daughter, she said. However she became what she became, however long she was in hell, however many centuries of silence passed between us, she is my daughter. And I failed her. Long before Odin sent her away, I failed her. Naruto absorbed this without comment. He didn't offer comfort and he didn't offer condemnation, and the fact that he offered neither, that he simply received the statement and held it, seemed to be, by Frigga's expression, more than she'd expected. You're not like I imagined, she said softly. When I thought of you, over the years, I imagined someone more, raw. More angry. I was angry, he said. For a long time. I got over most of it. How? He looked at the books again. People loved me before I deserved it, he said. That's the thing, isn't it? When someone decides you matter before you've done anything to earn it, it changes how you see everything. How you see yourself. A pause. I had people like that. It took the edge off. She looked at him with something she'd learned, over many years and much experience, to recognize as grief, the grief of understanding what you missed clearly enough to know exactly what it cost. You should have had me, she said. As one of those people. Yeah, he said. Not accusatory. Just true. But I didn't, and I turned out all right anyway. He met her eyes. So we're not doing this, the guilt thing. It's not useful. What's useful is what we do now. He got to his feet, and she noticed again, with the slight adjustment of someone recalibrating a first impression, just how tall he was, not Asgardian warrior tall, but present in the way very powerful people are present, taking up exactly as much space as they occupy and making it feel significant. What is Hela going to do? He asked. Now that she's free. Frigga straightened in her chair. The mother withdrew and the queen arrived, seamless and practiced. She will watch. She will move carefully, because she knows Asgard's response to her freedom will not be gentle, and she will want to understand the landscape before she acts. Her eyes met his. She will circle you. Because you are the new variable, and new variables are what intelligent people track in changing situations. She told me not to let Asgard shape me into something useful, he said. She would. Frigga's tone was complicated, not quite bitter, not quite proud. Hela always confused protecting people from corruption with protecting herself from attachment. Naruto thought about the cold in the room last night. About the way Hela had stood at the window with the moonlight on her like she'd forgotten what it looked like. I don't think it's the same thing for her anymore, he said. Whatever it was once. Frigga looked at him sharply. Be careful with that observation, she said. She is dangerous, and intelligence about someone's vulnerability is not the same as that vulnerability being safe. I know. He picked up his jacket from the floor where he'd apparently deposited it at some point. I've been in rooms with dangerous people before. I know how to be in a room with someone dangerous without assuming I know what they'll do next. He paused. Also without being afraid of them. The two things aren't the same. Frigga watched him pull the jacket on. No, she said, after a moment. I suppose they're not. He found the ruins by following the cold. It wasn't dramatic, there was no chasing, no map, no mystical pull drawing him forward. It was simply that he'd been walking through the lower levels of the palace, past the formal rooms and the servant corridors and the storage levels with their organized gold and their careful cataloging of weapons and history, and the temperature had dropped in a consistent and directional way that told him something was below. The stairs went down further than the palace's official architecture suggested was possible. He noted that and kept going. The ruins beneath Asgard were old in a way the palace above was not old like something that had aged, but old like something that had been. The stone down here was darker, rougher, cut without the precision of the craftsman who'd built the gold city above. It felt honest. He liked it better. Hela was sitting on what had once been a throne, smaller than Odin's, built for a different kind of rule, and half consumed by the stone that had grown over it in centuries of disuse. She was completely still, the way she'd been still at the window, the way he was starting to suspect she was always still, not because she was patient but because movement, for her, was a choice rather than a default. When she moved, she meant it. She looked up when he entered. She didn't look surprised. You followed the cold, she said. You made it obvious. I made it findable, she corrected. Those are different things. He looked around the ruins, at the carvings on the walls, old scenes, battles and treaties and figures he didn't recognize in styles that predated anything he'd seen in the library upstairs. What is this place? The first throne room, she said. Before Odin's father built the palace above. Before Asgard decided it needed to be gold. She ran one hand along the arm of the throne, and ice crystals formed and dissolved under her fingers like breath on a cold morning. The realm was built on top of its own history. Literally. A pause. There's a metaphor there that the Asgardians find extremely uncomfortable. He crossed to the nearest wall and looked at the carvings. A figure repeated, tall, wearing something that wasn't quite armor, carrying something that wasn't quite a weapon. Who is this? One of the first rulers. Pre-Asgardian, technically, one of the bloodlines your mother descended from. She appeared beside him, silent and sudden, and pointed at the figure's face. Look at the marks. 3 lines, each side of the face. Carved in stone, millennia old, on a figure that ruled before the Gold City had its first flagstone laid. Naruto looked at his own hand, at the whisker marks he'd worn his entire life without understanding. Then at the carving. My mother's bloodline didn't just have a relationship with the fox, he said slowly. It was a long relationship. Generations. The bond goes back to the first age, Hela said. The fox and your bloodline were allies before any of the current powers existed. The seal that was placed on you, the one your father designed, was built around an older architecture. A framework that already existed in your blood. She looked at him. Kurama didn't choose your father's seal arbitrarily. He recognized a template. From inside him, Kurama was very quiet. You knew about this, Naruto said, not accusatory, more like confirming a suspicion. I knew parts of it, Kurama said, and his voice in Naruto's mind had the measured quality of something being careful with words. I knew the bloodline. I didn't know it was still alive. You could have mentioned. I didn't think it was relevant. The fact that I have ancient Asgardian ancestry seemed irrelevant to fighting Madara, Kurama said firmly. Which was the priority at the time? Hela was watching him with the slightly fascinated expression of someone observing a phenomenon they'd read about but never seen. You speak with it, she said. All the time. And it speaks back. She considered this. Most hosts are suppressed by the 9 tails. Or drive themselves mad trying to contain it. We sorted it out. Her eyes moved across him. I see that. Something shifted in her expression, not warm, but not cold either. Curious, in the deep way that was rarer than intelligence and more interesting. You're the first person I've met in a very long time who contains something as powerful as what I carry and hasn't been broken by it. You carry the weight of death, he said. I am the weight of death, she corrected. There is a difference. What does that feel like? She stopped. The question had clearly not been anticipated, and for a moment he saw the fracture in the composed surface, just a hairline crack, just a second's worth of something unguarded. Then, like knowing exactly what everything costs, she said. Every life. Every ending. The weight of all the things that don't get to continue. A pause. Exhausting, mostly. Yeah, he said. I know something about that. She looked at him, and the silence between them was the kind that isn't empty, the kind that has texture, that means something, that 2 people arrive at by accident and then both choose not to disturb. I'm not your enemy, she said finally. Whatever they tell you about me up there. Whatever the official history says about Hela, goddess of death, ruler of the dishonorable dead, it's not wrong, exactly, but it's not complete. Nothing official ever is, he said. She almost smiled. Almost. No. It isn't. What do you want, he asked. From being free. From being here. He gestured between them. Whatever this is. She was quiet for a moment. Genuinely quiet, not performing it. I want to not go back, she said, and it was the most honest thing she'd said since she'd appeared in his room the night before. I want to exist somewhere that isn't the dark. I want to see what this realm looks like now, after all the centuries I missed. She met his eyes. And I want to see what you are going to become. Because you are going to become something, Naruto Uzumaki. I've watched enough history to know when I'm looking at its hinge point. I'm not a hinge point, he said. You broke through a closed Bifrost by accident, she said flatly. You sent a frost giant emissary back to Lao Fei with a message that was simultaneously a refusal and an open door. You've been in this realm for less than a day and Sif is already trying not to think about you too often. A beat. You're a hinge point. Make peace with it. He thought about arguing. He decided not to. Instead he turned back to the carving of his ancestor, at the marks on the ancient face, and felt the strange doubled sensation of recognizing something you've never consciously known. I'll stay, he said. In Asgard? She kept her voice neutral. For now. Long enough to understand what's here. What I'm connected to. He glanced at her. What I'm responsible to. Careful with that word, she said, and it was almost gentle. Responsibility is how they'll try to keep you here. Responsibility to the bloodline, to the treaty, to the throne. Different kind of responsibility, he said. Not duty to a system. Duty to people. He shrugged. I know the difference. I've been sorting that one out my whole life. She looked at him for a long moment, and behind those green eyes something was moving slowly, the kind of slow movement that happens in very large, very cold things when warmth reaches them for the first time in a long time. Almost imperceptibly. But moving. Come, she said, and turned deeper into the ruins. There are things down here that will explain the treaty better than any book in the library above, and you should understand what Lao Fei actually wants before he sends something larger than an emissary. He followed without hesitation, and the cold moved with them through the stone bones of the world's first throne room, and somewhere above them gold-plated Asgard continued its official business, unaware that in its basement, its lost prince was getting an education from its most dangerous exile. The treaty was carved into the foundation stone. Not written, carved, the way you carve things when you want them to outlast everything else. The script was old enough that Hela had to translate portions of it, which she did with the brisk efficiency of someone reading a recipe they find tedious but necessary. The substance of it was this: the bloodline, Naruto's bloodline, carried within it a cosmic binding that predated the current arrangement of the 9 realms. In the age before the Asgardian Empire, when the realms had been territories of alliance rather than subjects of conquest, his ancestors had been arbiters. Peacekeepers. Their word, their presence, their alignment could tip the balance of any inter-realm agreement. If the last survivor of that bloodline stood with Asgard, the current terms held, Asgard's dominion, its treaties, its authority over Midgard and the others. If that survivor stood with anyone else, if he claimed allegiance to Jotunheim, to Hel, to any other power, the old treaties dissolved. The 9 realms renegotiated from the first principles. Lao Fei doesn't want to rule me, Naruto said, when Hela finished. No, she agreed. He wants to use me. Diplomatically. If I walk through Jotunheim's gates willingly, every agreement Asgard has with the other realms is void. Correct. And if I stay in Asgard? Status quo. Which is not what Lao Fei wants. She turned from the stone. He's been planning this for a long time. He knew the bloodline wasn't entirely dead, there were signs, small tremors in the cosmic structure, particularly once Kurama's chakra began to manifest strongly in you. He's been waiting for you to mature into a power significant enough to make your choice legally binding. And now I'm here. And now you're here. Naruto stared at the carved stone for a moment, at the script of a dead language laying out the terms of a game he'd been a piece in without knowing it. He could just ask me, he said. Instead of the pressure campaign. The emissary with the dramatic staff, the veiled threats. He's a king, Hela said. Kings don't ask. They position. Minato would have asked. He said it without thinking, and then realized he'd used his father's name out loud to someone other than Kurama, which was something he didn't do often. My father. He positioned too, but he understood that the difference between maneuvering someone and respecting them is whether they can see what you're doing. Hela tilted her head. You respect people who show you their moves. I respect honest opposition more than polite manipulation. Always. He finally turned away from the stone. What does Hela want? He asked. Not what do you want from me, what do you want from this situation? All of it. She took a long moment. Then, the realms to be less rigidly ordered, she said. The living and the dead are not as separate as Asgard insists they are. I have watched the consequences of that separation for millennia. Things go wrong when you don't allow for the natural movement between states. When you insist that death is a door that only goes one way. Philosophical. Practical, she corrected. There is nothing philosophical about what happens to realms that refuse to acknowledge their own endings. She looked at him. I do not want destruction. I am not my worst reputation. What I want is acknowledgement. Recognition that death is not the enemy of the living but part of their story. A beat. And I want my mother to stop flinching when my name is said in court. That last sentence landed differently than the rest. It was quieter, and less composed, and she noticed immediately that she'd said it and looked briefly like she might want to revise it. He didn't comment on it directly. Instead, she talked about you today, he said. Frigga. She said she failed you. Long before Odin sent you away. Hela was very still. She seemed like she meant it, he said. Meaning things and acting on them, Hela said, carefully, are skills that operate independently. Yeah, he said. But she knows that. I think that's what she was saying. He started walking back toward the stairs. Come on. You can't hide in the basement forever. I am not hiding, she said, with considerable offense. You're definitely hiding. You can come up or stay down here, I'm not going to drag you, but the basement is not a long-term plan. He looked back at her over his shoulder. And the Frigga thing is not going to resolve itself if you stay underground. She stared at him. You have, she said slowly, a remarkable amount of confidence for someone who has been in this realm for less than one day. Someone told me I'm a hinge point, he said. Might as well act like it. He was most of the way up the stairs before he heard her footsteps following. He didn't smile. He definitely didn't comment. He just kept walking and let her make her own choices. The problem with Hela walking into the upper palace was that she was, immediately and unavoidably, Hela. There was no subtlety to it. She didn't announce herself or do anything dramatic, she simply walked through the corridor from the basement stairs into the main hallway, and the three guards who'd been standing at the end of that hallway had the visible experience of every instinct they had firing simultaneously, which produced in each of them the specific paralysis of people who've been trained for threats but not for this exact threat. Don't, Naruto said, not to Hela, to the guards. She's with me. She's, the senior guard started. With me, Naruto said again, pleasantly. Take that upstairs if you need to. I'll wait. A beat. The guards looked at Hela. Hela looked back with the patient expression of someone who had spent eons dealing with things more tedious than nervous guards. The senior guard made a decision that was probably not going to help his record and stepped aside. They walked through the palace together, the lost prince and the goddess of death, neither of them in a hurry, and the palace rearranged its awareness around them the way water rearranges around a stone. Servants changed corridors. Warriors straightened. Whispers happened at every corner, but quietly, because both of these people had the kind of presence that reminded you that walls had ears only in the sense that everything heard, eventually. Sif found them in the main corridor near the throne room. She came around the corner at the pace of someone who'd heard something and came to verify it, and she stopped 2 strides in, taking in the scene, Naruto, Hela, the visible track of disrupted palace routine behind them, and her hand went to her sword out of reflex so deep it predated conscious thought. Then she saw Naruto's face, which was completely unconcerned, and she made herself stop. Hela, she said. Sif, Hela said. You haven't changed. Neither have you. I'll take that as a compliment. It wasn't one. I know, Hela said, and her tone managed to sound like she found this refreshing rather than hostile. You always were honest. I respected it, even when you were using it against me. Sif's jaw was tight but she was controlling it. She looked at Naruto. You brought her up. She was in the basement. It seemed inhospitable. She is, Hela, he said. I know. But she's also here, and she's also choosing to be visible rather than invisible, and I'd rather deal with things that are visible. He met Sif's eyes. Is this a problem that needs to be solved right now? Sif looked at him for a long moment. He could see her working through it, the training, the procedure, the absolute certainty of what she was supposed to do when Hela of Hell appeared in the palace corridors. And underneath that, the other thing, the newer thing, the assessment running parallel that said this person navigated the frost giant emissary in a way no one expected. He read the situation correctly, he might be reading this one correctly too. She took her hand off her sword. I will need to inform Frigga, she said. That's fine, Naruto said. We were going to see Frigga anyway. Sif blinked. Hela turned to look at Naruto with an expression that was somewhere between betrayal and disbelief. Were we? Hela said. We were, he said. You said the basement wasn't a long-term plan, I believe I implied. You said the basement wasn't, she stopped. You implied it for me. This was not, I did not agree to, you followed me up the stairs. That was not an agreement to, Hela. He turned to face her, and his voice was easy but his eyes were serious. You want her to stop flinching. You said that. That doesn't happen from the basement and it doesn't happen if someone else arranges the meeting. It happens if you walk in and let it be uncomfortable and stay anyway. She looked at him. I know what it costs, he said, more quietly. To walk toward the thing that hurt you. I know exactly what it costs. He held her gaze. But you've been paying the cost of not walking toward it for a very long time, and I don't think it's gotten cheaper. The corridor was very quiet. Sif had gone absolutely still, the way perceptive people go still when they realize they're witnessing something private that they can't gracefully exit. Hela's expression did something complicated and controlled and ultimately landed on a kind of stillness that was different from her usual stillness. This one had something underneath it that was working very hard to stay underneath. You are remarkably presumptuous, she said, for someone who has known me for approximately 6 hours. I know, he said. I could level this corridor. Yeah, he said. You probably could. And you're not even slightly concerned. Not really. She looked at him for one more moment. Then she turned to look down the corridor in the direction of Frigga's chambers, and her shoulders, just slightly, just barely, did something that was a breath moving through them, and she said, lead the way. He turned and walked, and she followed, and Sif fell into step on his other side with her sword hand very deliberately relaxed and her face wearing the expression of someone who has just completely revised a significant portion of their assumptions and is being professional about it. You're going to be trouble, Sif said, in an undertone. People keep implying that, Naruto said. You don't deny it. It's accurate. He glanced at her sidelong, and the corner of his mouth moved. Good trouble though. She didn't answer. But the tightness at the corner of her own mouth, the small betrayal of something that absolutely refused to be a smile, told him everything the words didn't. Frigga's chambers were at the palace's highest level, not the throne, not the war rooms, not the formal receiving halls. The queen's private rooms were at the top of a spire that looked east, toward the Bifrost, and the window that dominated the outer wall had probably been watching a great many arrivals and departures over the centuries. The door opened before they reached it. Frigga stood in the doorway, and the moment she saw them, all three of them, together, walking toward her, her face went through more changes in less time than Naruto had seen any face manage. She'd obviously been told something, or seen something from her window, but knowing something was coming and having it arrive were still two different things. Her eyes went to Hela. Hela stopped. 3 feet from her mother. The corridor was very quiet and the light from the window behind Frigga made a long gold rectangle on the floor between them. Nobody said anything for what felt like a substantial period of geological time. Then Frigga said, in a voice that was held together with the specific and fragile precision of a woman who refuses to break in corridors, "You look well." "I've looked worse," Hela said. "Hell is not decorative." "No." A pause. "I imagine not." "I did not come to argue," Hela said, "and it came out careful and deliberate the way things come out when you've been rehearsing them and have also never said them before. Or to ask for things. I came because he said," a glance at Naruto, brief and slightly accusatory, "that some things don't resolve from a distance." Frigga looked at Naruto. He looked back, and his expression was the mild and pleasant one he wore when he'd done something that was going to work out but didn't want to make a point of having done it. Frigga looked at her daughter again. And this time the careful architecture of her composure did not hold, because some things are stronger than architecture. She stepped forward and put her arms around Hela, and Hela went rigid, the full-body rigidity of someone who has not been embraced in a very long time and whose body has forgotten both how to want it and how to accept it. For 3 full seconds she stood like stone. Then something gave. Not dramatically. Not with sound. Just gave, the way ice gives when the temperature finally crosses the line, and her arms came up around her mother, and the corridor was still quiet but it was a different kind of quiet now. Naruto turned around and looked at the opposite wall. Sif did the same, with the instinctive discretion of a warrior who knows which moments require witness and which require privacy. They stood like that for a moment, facing the wall together, and Sif said in a very low voice, "How did you know that would work?" "I didn't," he said, equally low. She looked at him. "Then why?" "Because sometimes you have to walk toward the thing and trust that it was worth walking toward." He glanced at her. "The alternative is staying in the basement." She was quiet for a moment, considering this with the seriousness she brought to most things. Then, "That's either very wise or very reckless." "I told you this morning," he said. "Little bit of both." Behind them, he heard Frigga say something to Hela in a voice too low to carry, and Hela's response, also quiet, and then Frigga said, "Come inside. Both of you, all of you. We have things to discuss and the corridor is not the place for them." The 4 of them went inside, and the door closed on a late afternoon in Asgard that had been, by any reasonable measure, entirely too eventful, and somehow, despite everything, still felt like it was only beginning. That night, Naruto sat on the edge of the palace's outer wall, feet hanging over the side at a height that would have been fatal for most things and was merely scenic for him, and watched the Bifrost cast its colors across the bridge and the sea and the sky above it. Kurama was quiet in the way he was quiet when he was thinking seriously. "The woman," the fox said finally. "Frigga. What about her?" "She's carrying something. More than guilt. Something she hasn't said yet." "I know. You're not going to push it." "Not tonight." He watched a star move, one of Asgard's moons doing something elegant at the horizon. "She'll say it when she's ready. Pushing people toward things they're not ready for is, you break things that way, sometimes. Things you can't fix." "Wisdom," Kurama said, with only minimal sarcasm. "Shut up. I'm agreeing with you. You're being smug about it." A pause, and then the warm rumble that was Kurama's laugh. "Old habit." Below him, a long way below, he could see the training yards where he and Sif had sparred that morning. Empty now, lit by the ambient glow of the city. He thought about her face when she'd made the decision to take her hand off her sword outside Hela's corridor. The precise moment when the trained response lost to the actual judgment. He thought about Hela's hands coming up around Frigga's shoulders. He thought about the treaty carved in the foundation stone, and Laufey King who had been waiting for him, and the frost giant emissary walking back across the bridge with his message. He thought about his mother, whose name he still didn't know, who had looked enough like him that Frigga had known him by his face. "Hey," he said, to no one specifically, to all of it, to the stars and the bridge and the gold city and the ancient bones of something older underneath. "I don't know what I am to you yet. I don't know what you're going to be to me." He shifted on the wall, comfortable with the height, comfortable with the uncertainty. "But I'm going to figure it out. And I'm going to do it my way." The Bifrost shimmered. If it was answering him, it had chosen a language he didn't speak yet. He'd learn it. Chapter 3, The Warrior's Argument. 3 days into Naruto's residence in Asgard, the palace had developed opinions about him. Not official opinions, nothing had been announced, no formal position taken on the Lost Prince and what he represented and what the court was meant to do about him. Odin was still in the healing rooms, sleeping the deep sleep that Frigga called the Odin sleep with a careful face and the warriors called a crisis with careful voices. The throne sat empty. And into that vacuum of official guidance, the palace had simply begun to observe. The kitchens had decided they liked him, because he showed up, ate appreciatively, and remembered names. The guards on the east corridor had cautiously revised their position after watching him talk down a junior warrior who'd been heading toward a very bad decision involving too much mead and someone else's sword. The scholars in the library had no opinion yet because he kept taking books without signing them out, which was a philosophical crisis that outweighed everything else. The warriors in the training yard had not decided anything. They were watching. Sif knew how warriors watched. She'd been one for long enough to understand the difference between the watching that was waiting for someone to fail and the watching that was waiting for permission to respect them. The yard watched Naruto with the second kind, which meant they'd seen enough to be interested and not yet enough to be certain. She intended to give them certain. She found him at dawn on the fourth day, already in the yard, moving through a form she didn't recognize, not Asgardian, not any of the schools she'd studied across the 9 realms. It was entirely his own, built from a dozen borrowed things and hammered together by years of actual combat into something that had no wasted motion and no decorative elements. Just pure functional movement, continuous and self-correcting, the kind of form you develop when you've had to fight for your life too many times to afford anything pretty. She stood at the yard's edge and watched for a while. He knew she was there. She could tell by the slight angle of his awareness, the way nothing in his movement betrayed it, which was itself the tell, because only someone who'd noticed her presence would be that careful about not reacting to it. She waited until he came around to face her direction and met his eyes across the yard. "I want a real fight," she said. "We had one. We had a sparring session with educational intent." She walked into the yard, already in full armor, already with her sword on her hip. "I want a real fight. Terms, stakes, everything." He stopped moving. Looked at her properly. "Why?" "Because the yard is watching and the yard needs to make up its mind about you, and they won't do it from sparring sessions." She stopped 10 feet from him. "And because I need to make up my mind about you." "Haven't you?" "I've made up my mind about your skill," she said. "That's not the same thing." He looked at her for a moment, and the blue eyes were doing the thing they did when he was reading something, moving without moving, tracking and processing. "What are the terms?" "No killing blows, obviously. Everything else, chakra, clones, sage mode, whatever else you're carrying, everything is permitted." She paused. "I'll use everything I have as well. No holding back, no courtesy rounds." "Stakes?" "If I win, you start formal training with the Einherjar. Integration. No more walking the palace like a tourist." Her jaw was set and serious. "If you win, you tell me what you've been avoiding telling me since the bridge," he said. She stopped. Her expression shifted, not much, not dramatically, but enough. He'd found the edge of something. "What makes you think I've been avoiding the bridge?" he said. "You decided something about me on the bridge. You've been working around it since. He was calm about it, not pushing, just stating. I've been wondering what you decided. She was quiet for 3 full seconds, which was, for Sif, a very long time to be quiet about anything. Then, agreed, she said, and her voice was steady, which cost her something. Those are the terms. He cracked his knuckles. Best 2 out of 3? 1, she said. 1 real one. Not a series. He nodded. Give me a minute. He sat down right there in the middle of the training yard, cross-legged, eyes closed. The yard, which had been pretending not to watch and failing at it, went fully, unabashedly still. Warriors stopped mid-form. Someone in the back dropped a training spear and didn't bother picking it up. Naruto sat in the middle of it all and breathed. She watched him gather himself. It was a strange thing to watch, not the preparation of a warrior checking equipment or visualizing strategy, but something more interior. Something that started in the chest and spread outward, the way light spreads when a door opens slowly. The air around him changed in texture rather than temperature. It became heavier with attention, with something that wasn't quite presence because presence implied size and this was more like density, the sense of a great deal of something occupying a finite space very deliberately. Then he opened his eyes, and they were orange-gold and ringed with red, and the whisker marks had deepened, and the air around him was doing something it hadn't been doing before. He stood up. Okay, he said. She drew her sword. He came at her first. That surprised the yard more than anything else had. Most warriors of his caliber waited, let the other person establish the rhythm, read and then respond. He crossed the yard in 3 steps and came in hard and direct, no feint, just force, and she took it on her blade and felt it in her shoulders and knew immediately, with the clarity only genuine combat provides, that they'd crossed into a different category than anything that had come before. She pushed back and pivoted and came at his left side, and he was already gone, not retreating, rotating, using the deflection as the pivot point the way very good grappling-based fighters do, and suddenly he was behind her and her sword arm was committed in the wrong direction and she had to abandon the strike and create distance. She created distance. He let her. That was interesting. He'd had the angle and he'd released it, not because he'd miscalculated but deliberately. She filed it and came again, this time with the combination that had ended fights against warriors twice her weight, 3-step advance, false high, true low, and the bind that came after was almost impossible to escape cleanly. He didn't escape cleanly. He took the bind, let her lock his right arm, used the locked arm as an anchor and put his left palm flat against the ground and pulled her weight over him and rolled, and they came up reversed, she with the sword and the initiative and the blade at his throat, he with her wrist in both hands and a very specific leverage that said if she pressed the blade forward he'd break something before it landed. Dead stop. She looked at him over the blade. He looked back. First of 3, he suggested. We said 1, she said. We said 1 real fight. He didn't let go of her wrist. This is 1 real fight. It doesn't end when we stop. She processed this. Then she stepped back, and he released her wrist, and they separated and the yard collectively exhaled. She came back immediately. No pause, no reset, no courtesy breath between, just back, straight into him, and this time she brought something she'd been holding, a technique from the Vanir school she'd learned on a campaign that most Asgardian warriors didn't know existed, a combination that changed lead hands mid-strike and threw the timing into a pattern that assumed the opponent would be trying to match what they'd already seen. He didn't try to match anything. He changed. The sage mode shifted around him like a second skin adjusting, and he wasn't reading her strikes anymore, he was reading what came before the strikes, the micro-adjustments in weight distribution, the breath pattern, the angle of her shoulders before they committed. He was 3 moves ahead but not in the calculating way. More like water finding the low point. Natural and continuous and without hesitation. She hit air. She hit air again. On the 3rd miss she changed tactics entirely, abandoned the sword, went for a throw with both hands, got her grip on his jacket and used her full weight and the momentum of his dodge to take them both to the ground, and he let her because he was already moving with it, and they rolled, and she came up on top with her forearm across his chest and her knee at his hip. "Yield," she said. "Not even slightly," he said, using her words from the first day, and she had approximately 1 second to feel the grin before the ground came up from underneath as 3 Naruto clones emerged from the dirt and lifted with coordinated timing, and she was airborne, genuinely airborne, and she flipped because that was simply what her body did when it was in the air, and she landed in a ready stance and looked back at 4 Narutos standing in the yard looking back at her. The yard made a sound. Not words. Just sound. The collective noise of a significant reassessment happening in real time. She charged all 4 of them. The fight that followed went on for 11 minutes by the sun's position, which was longer than any duel in the Asgardian training yards had gone in recent memory. She couldn't pin him and he wasn't trying to pin her. They were doing something that wasn't quite a duel anymore and wasn't quite a conversation but was somewhere in between, a call and response happening at full speed in the language of bodies and force and the absolute honesty of people who are not holding back. She was spectacular. He knew it with the clear, unsentimental recognition of a person who has fought extraordinary opponents and knows what extraordinary looks like when it's coming at them with a sword. She read adjustments faster than anyone he'd faced since Kaguya, faster, in some technical ways. She was creative in a disciplined way, adding and inventing while maintaining the structural integrity of everything she'd trained into her bones. He was having the time of his life. She could tell, which irritated her slightly and also made something underneath the irritation feel very warm, which irritated her more. When it ended without fanfare. She went for a binding technique, he countered, they ended up locked standing, neither with a clear advantage, both breathing hard, her hand gripping his jacket and his hand gripping her forearm and their faces approximately 8 inches apart. They stayed there for a moment. "Draw," he offered. "Warriors don't draw," she said, slightly breathless. "This one does," he said. "Or we go another 11 minutes and I'm genuinely not sure who wins that." She looked at him. The thought clearly crossed her mind that she could argue the point. Then she looked at his eyes, still orange gold at the edges, still ringed with that ancient power, but also completely alive and completely present and looking at her like she was the most interesting thing he'd seen since he landed on the Rainbow Bridge. "Draw," she said. They separated. The yard did not say anything, but the quality of its silence had transformed entirely from the watching and waiting silence of before to the silence of people who have seen something they'll be talking about for a long time and are still processing it. She caught her breath. He caught his. They stood side by side and looked at the yard that was looking at them. "That's going to be in 3 conversations by lunch," he said. 5, she said. "This is Asgard. We gossip faster than most realms." He laughed, full and unguarded, and 2 of the younger warriors at the yard's edge turned to each other with expressions that said they hadn't expected that sound, that genuine and easy warmth coming out of someone who just fought like that. She'd noticed something, mid-fight, that she'd been turning over since, something about the way he pulled his strikes not because he was holding back but because he was calibrating, constantly and naturally, to what the situation required rather than what his power permitted. It was a quality she associated with leaders. The really good ones. "Walk with me," she said. They walked the outer ramparts, which was where she went when she needed to think and didn't want the palace listening. The wind came in off the sea hard and clean, and below them the city went about its business, and she found a place along the wall where she usually stood alone and stood there with someone else for what she realized was the first time. "The bridge," he said, not asking, just opening the door. She leaned on the wall and looked at the city. "When you arrived," she said, "and I looked at you on the bridge, I was deciding what you were. Whether you were a threat, a political complication, someone to handle." A pause. "What I decided was that you were none of those." "What was I?" She turned to look at him, and her expression was the open one, the one from the yard's first morning, 10 degrees further. "Someone who was going to change things," she said. Not because of the bloodline or the treaty or any of the political weight attached to you. But because of how you moved. How you listened. The way you talked to the frost giant emissary. She shook her head slightly. I've seen warriors 3 times your age make worse decisions in that moment. That's what you've been sitting on. Part of it. She looked back at the city. The rest is less tactical. You can say it, he said. She was quiet for a moment. Not avoiding it, arriving at it. Sif was not a woman who avoided things. She was a woman who made sure she was certain before she spoke, because she had a low tolerance for her own imprecision. I've spent a long time, she said, measuring everyone I meet by whether I could stand beside them in a fight and not feel the need to compensate for them. To cover for weaknesses I knew were there. She turned to face him. It's a very specific thing, finding someone you can stand next to without adjusting your fighting position to account for them. The wind moved between them. You feel like that, she said. Standing next to you. It feels like not having to adjust. He was looking at her with the full attention that was one of his most disarming qualities, not performing listening, just genuinely doing it, taking in everything including the things she wasn't quite saying. Sif, he said. And the way he said her name was not the way people usually said it, not the formal weight of lady, not the casual shorthand of familiarity. Just the name, used exactly as a name, which somehow carried more than either alternative. Don't, she said, but without force. I didn't say it to, I'm not asking for anything. I just owed you the answer you won. I know, he said. I was going to say, I understand what that's like. The adjusting. I spent years being the person everyone else adjusted for. I was loud and messy and I had a demon sealed in me and every plan had to account for the Naruto variable. He looked at the city. And then I started becoming someone people didn't have to adjust for. That shift, it's specific. You're right that it's specific. He glanced at her. I feel it too. Standing next to you. She held his gaze for a moment, and then turned back to the wall with the smooth deliberateness of someone making a choice about what to do with a feeling before it gets away from them. Good, she said, with the crisp finality of someone closing a chapter. Good, he agreed, with the easy warmth of someone who'd read the chapter and was happy to wait for the next one. They stood at the wall together for a while. The wind continued to have opinions. The city continued below. And neither of them felt the need to fill the space with more words, which was, in its way, the most significant thing that had passed between them all morning. The emissary arrived at the wrong time, which was the point. Not at the gate. Not at the bridge. It materialized in the palace courtyard in the middle of the afternoon, in a flash of cold blue-white that scattered the courtyard's occupants and left a circle of frost on the paving stones. It was not a giant this time. It was something smaller and more deliberate, wrapped in the formal robes of Jotunheim's diplomatic class, carrying a sealed message in both hands with the practiced care of someone carrying something that mattered. But the robes were wrong. Sif noticed it first, because she noticed wrong details about clothing at a level most warriors didn't bother developing. The diplomatic robes of Jotunheim had specific formal markers that this garment was missing. It was wearing the costume of diplomacy without its substance. Which meant this wasn't diplomacy. Naruto was across the courtyard when it appeared, in conversation with 2 of the palace scholars who'd apparently made peace with the fact that he'd taken 4 books without signing them out and decided engagement was better than principle. He turned at the cold. The emissary spoke before anyone could stop it. Not in Asgardian. In something older, the old tongue, the one carved into the foundation stones, the one that carried the treaty language. It spoke one sentence in that language, clearly, precisely, and then stood still. Every person in the courtyard who understood Old Tongue went slightly pale. Naruto looked at the nearest scholar. What did it say? The scholar was a small woman with gray hair who had the specific expression of someone who had just heard something highly irregular stated in flawless formal register. It said, she paused. collected herself. It said, King formally invokes the clause of voluntary return. The lost prince has until the next full moon to present himself at Jotunheim's gate. A pause. Or King will invoke the clause of retrieval. What's the clause of retrieval? Naruto asked. The old treaty gives him the right to send a recovery party, she said, and her voice was carefully neutral about how bad this was. Legally. Within the framework of the accord. How large a recovery party? She adjusted her glasses. The treaty does not specify a limit. Naruto looked at the Jotunheim emissary. The emissary looked back with the flat patience of someone who was a delivery mechanism rather than a decision-maker. How long until the next full moon? Naruto asked. 6 days, said Sif, from beside him. 6 days. Fei was putting pressure on the timeline, forcing a response before Naruto had fully established himself in Asgard, before he'd had time to understand his own position, before the full weight of his bloodline's implications had settled into something he could act from with confidence. Smart. Also, Naruto noted, a little annoying. He crossed the courtyard to the emissary. The emissary didn't react to his approach, which took discipline. Naruto in sage mode at close range had an ambient intensity that most people found difficult to stand near casually. Tell King I received his message, he said. His voice was conversational, unhurried. Tell him I'll answer it in my own time. The emissary said something in the old tongue. It's asking, said the scholar, from across the courtyard, whether that's a refusal. It's a delay, Naruto said. Tell him the difference matters. He turned and walked back toward the palace. Behind him, the emissary dissolved back into frost and cold, leaving the circle of ice on the courtyard stones and a room full of people who were all suddenly very aware that 6 days was not a lot of time and that the treaty, which most of them had considered historical curiosity, had just become something considerably more immediate. Sif fell into step with him. You need to talk to Frigga, she said. I know. And you should probably talk to Hela. Already planned on it. And someone needs to alert the warriors about the possibility of the clause of Sif. He glanced at her. I know. I'm going to do all of it. But I want to do one thing first. What? Eat lunch, he said. Because I think better when I'm not hungry and this is going to require a lot of thinking. She stared at him. Fei has just issued a formal legal summons backed by ancient treaty law and you want to, lunch, he confirmed. You can come. The kitchen has that thing with the bread that's actually really good. She stared at him for 3 more seconds. Then she made a sound that was not quite exasperation and not quite laughter and walked with him to the kitchen, because she had learned, in 4 days, that arguing with him on this particular type of point was a specific waste of energy that she was choosing to redirect. Valkyrie was in the kitchen when they got there. Not eating, drinking, which was a distinction that the cup in her hand and the angle of her lean against the counter made clear. She was a striking woman with a warrior's build and an expression that communicated, comprehensively, that she had opinions about most things and had stopped expecting them to be well received. Her armor was the kind of worn-in that spoke of actual use rather than display. She looked at Naruto and Sif walking into the kitchen together with the flat assessment of someone who had been told things and was comparing them to what she was seeing. You're the lost prince, she said. Naruto, he said. Sure. She looked him over with the professional thoroughness of a fighter evaluating a fighter. You look younger than the stories. What stories? The ones going around the palace. You apparently fought Sif to a draw in the training yard, talked a frost giant emissary into a peaceful exit, and brought Hela upstairs without anyone dying. She took a drink. It's been 4 days. Long 4 days, he agreed, finding the bread thing on the counter. You're Valkyrie. What gave it away? The armor, the drink, the expression that says you'd rather be anywhere else but you're here anyway. He sat down at the kitchen table with the bread and looked at her. And someone told me you've been assigned as my escort and you've been actively avoiding showing up for it. A beat. That's accurate, she said, with the composure of someone who doesn't do embarrassed but does do honest. Can I ask why? Because the last person I was assigned to escort was Thor, she said, and I spent 6 months on Sakaar recovering from that. She looked at him with the specific weariness of someone who has done this before. Significant princes, in my experience, are significantly more trouble than they're worth. He's not significant, Sif said dryly, sitting across from Naruto. He's catastrophically significant. There's a difference. That's worse, Valkyrie said. Probably, Naruto agreed, tearing the bread. You don't have to escort me. I don't need an escort. You do, technically, by palace protocol. Sure. But there's a difference between what protocol needs and what I need. He pushed half the bread toward her, an easy and unremarkable offer. What I could actually use is someone who knows Asgard and isn't invested in what I decide about any of this. She looked at the bread. Looked at him. Everyone in this palace is invested in what you decide. Most of them want me to stay, he said. You don't care either way, which means you're the only person I can ask for an honest read on things. He met her eyes. Sit down. Tell me about the Valkyries. Tell me about Asgard without the gold paint on it. She was quiet for a moment. The expression on her face went through a small, private debate that she didn't share but didn't entirely conceal either. Then she pushed off from the counter, came to the table, and sat. The Valkyries, she said, were the finest warriors this realm ever produced. All of us. Not a weak link in the order. Her voice was level and factual, and underneath both of those things was something very old and very quiet. Hela killed most of them. The rest of us scattered. She looked at her cup. I've been on Sakaar long enough that I'd started forgetting what this place smelled like. Why come back? Thor was very persuasive. She paused. Also, there was nothing left to drink on Sakaar that I hadn't already drunk, which is a level of emptiness even I couldn't ignore. She said it lightly, the way people say true things lightly when the true thing is heavier than they want to lift in public. He heard the weight of it and didn't make a project of it. You know Hela, he said. I know what she does to armies, Valkyrie said. Less sure what to do with the version you apparently walked upstairs to see her mother. She's not what the reputation says. Not only what the reputation says. Most things aren't. She looked at him, and for the first time something behind the wry surface of her expression adjusted into something more evaluative. You do that thing, she said. What thing? Where you see something in people and treat it like it's real before they've proven it is. She tilted her head. I've met exactly 2 people who did that. It got both of them hurt. Did it get them anything good first? A pause. A longer one. Yeah, she said. It did. Then it's worth it, he said simply. She looked at him for a moment with an expression that was not quite softening but was definitely moving. Then she seemed to make a decision and take a drink and be done with what the decision felt like. All right, she said. You want the Asgard without the gold paint. I can do that. She set down the cup. But I want to know about the fox. If I'm going to be near you in it, I want to know what I'm near. Fair, he said. And he told her about Kurama, from the beginning, not the sanitized version, not the short version, but the actual story, the ceiling, the years of hostility, the fights inside his own mind, the slow and painful process of 2 fundamentally opposed things learning that opposition wasn't the only option. He told it without self-pity and without performance, and Valkyrie listened with the full and unhurried attention of someone who had heard a great many stories and knew which ones were true. Sif listened too. She'd known pieces of it, the basic facts. The whole shape of it was different from the pieces. When he finished, the kitchen was quiet for a moment. Your whole life, Valkyrie said, you carried something that could have destroyed you, and you made it into a partnership. Eventually. And now you're here carrying a heritage that could, she gestured at the palace around them, at the whole golden weight of Asgard. Reshape everything. And you're treating it the same way. Is there another way? He asked. She thought about it. Actually thought about it. Most people, she said, would either collapse under it or get drunk on it. I've met both, he said. I know which one I'd rather be. The third option, she said, like she was naming something she'd almost forgotten existed. Yeah. He met her eyes. The third option. She picked up her cup. Looked at it. Put it back down. And then she said, without looking at him, in the voice of someone making a decision they're not going to announce formally, tomorrow morning. 6 hours before dawn. I'll show you the parts of Asgard nobody takes the princes. I'll be awake, he said. You'd better be, she said. I'm not waiting. The Einherjar captain found him that evening, formal and armored and carrying a scroll that had the look of something official and the smell of something that had been written very carefully. Naruto was on his back in the corridor outside his chambers, looking at the ceiling, which he'd adopted as his preferred position for serious thinking after the bed had started to feel too formal for the process. The captain stopped. Looked down at him. My lord. Naruto, he said, without getting up. My lord Naruto. The captain extended the scroll, which required a slightly awkward angle given Naruto's position. A formal request from Einherjar command. In light of the clause of voluntary return being invoked, the command requests your presence at a tactical briefing tomorrow morning. Naruto took the scroll, unrolled it, read it on his back. What time? First light, my lord. I've got something first light. He rolled the scroll back up. Second light. Tell them second light. He handed the scroll back up. And tell them to make it short. I have a low tolerance for briefings that could have been a conversation. The captain absorbed this with the expression of a man revising every preparation he'd made for this interaction. Understood, my lord. Also I want the reports on the clause of retrieval. Not the summary, the original treaty documents. I want to read the actual language. I'll have them sent to the library, my lord. Send them to the kitchen, he said. I read better in there. The captain left. Naruto went back to looking at the ceiling. From somewhere in the corridor that should have been empty, Hela's voice arrived without warning, which was simply how Hela worked. The clause of retrieval, she said, allows Lao Fei to send 24 frost giants into Asgard under legal diplomatic cover. I know, he said, still looking at the ceiling. You don't sound concerned. I'm thinking. About what? About the difference between what the treaty says Lao Fei can do and what the treaty intended when it was written. He sat up. Hela was standing in the corridor shadows with the easy invisibility she deployed the way other people used furniture, just another feature of the room. The treaty was written by my ancestors. Which means the intent was arbitration, not force. The clause of retrieval was probably written as a safeguard against the lost prince being held captive. Not against a prince who's making his own choices. Hela stepped out of the shadow, and her expression was the careful but interested one she wore when something surprised her in a direction she liked. You've been thinking about this since the courtyard. He got to his feet. The treaty assumes I'm a passive object. Someone to be claimed. The whole framework is about who gets me. He looked at her. But the bloodline isn't passive. My ancestors were arbiters. Active participants. Which means the treaty, interpreted correctly, doesn't give Lao Fei the right to retrieve me, it gives him the right to invite me. And I've already sent my answer to invitations. Hela was quiet for a moment. Long enough that the hallway torches had time to flicker twice. If you're correct about the interpretation, she said, Lao Fei has no legal standing for the retrieval. His entire pressure campaign collapses. Yeah. The counter-argument will be that the treaty language is ambiguous. Which is why I need the original documents. If the original language is unambiguous, then Lao Fei knew his invocation was legally questionable when he made it, Hela said, and something in her voice was sharpening, the specific sharpening of an extremely intelligent person who has just seen the whole board. Which means this isn't about the treaty. The treaty is the cover for something else. They looked at each other. Yeah, he said. He wants you scared, she said slowly. Or he wants Asgard to be scared. He wants the court destabilized before Odin wakes from the Odin sleep. Her eyes moved, tracking something internal. A destabilized court makes poor decisions. Poor decisions create vulnerabilities. And vulnerabilities in Asgard's leadership during the transition of, she stopped. During the transition of what? He asked. She looked at him. And for a moment there was something in her face that was not the goddess of death composure or the brilliant strategist attention or even the careful vulnerability of a woman relearning how to be near her mother. There was something that looked like it had been carrying a weight for a very long time and had just found the first ledge that might support some of it. Odin is not in the Odin sleep, she said quietly. The corridor went very still. He is dying, she said. I know the difference. I have known the difference since the day I arrived. I am the goddess of death and I know what dying looks like from the inside out. She held his gaze. He has weeks. Perhaps less. And when he goes, the throne is empty, Naruto said. Yes. And Lao Fei knows. Lao Fei has known for longer than any of us, she said. He has been waiting for exactly this moment. The treaty invocation isn't about you, or not only about you. It's about creating a crisis that Asgard has to manage with a dying king and a succession crisis and a lost prince who doesn't know what he wants yet. She paused. He is a very patient man. Yeah, Naruto said. And his voice was quiet and level and had nothing afraid in it, but it had something that was the absence of the easy warmth he usually wore, something harder and older and more considered. I'm going to need to talk to Frigga tonight. She knows, Hela said. About Odin. She's known. She simply, a pause, and the complicated thing crossed her face, she doesn't know that I know. I'll tell her you know. He turned toward the corridor leading to Frigga's wing. Come with me. Again, she said, and this time there was definitely something wry in it, you are very presumptuous. It's one of my better qualities, he said, and started walking, and she fell into step with him, and the torches made their shadows long and parallel on the corridor floor, and Naruto thought about Luffy King being patient for years, and about a throne going empty, and about what happened when a hinge point decided it was done waiting to understand the shape of things and started moving. 6 days to the full moon. He'd need every one of them. Chapter 4, Queen of the Dead, Prince of Foxes. Frigga already had tea when they arrived. Not because she'd been told they were coming, Naruto had learned in 4 days that Frigga's preparedness existed in a different category than other people's preparedness. Other people anticipated. Frigga simply arranged herself ahead of events the way water arranges itself ahead of rain, and when you arrived you found that the space had already made room for you without making a project of it. She looked at Hela when they walked in, and looked at the 2 cups already on the table, and something passed between mother and daughter that Naruto didn't have the language for yet but recognized as one of those old, freighted communications that families conduct in the spaces between words. Hela saw the 2nd cup. Frigga watched her see it. Neither of them said anything about it. Sit, Frigga said, and it wasn't a command and it wasn't a request. Just the word, warm and tired and honest. They sat. Naruto took the chair closest to the window, which put him slightly outside the direct current of whatever was about to move between Frigga and Hela, and poured himself tea, and waited. You know about Odin, Hela said. Not a question. Yes, Frigga said. How long? Longer than I've let on to the court. She held her cup in both hands the way you hold something warm when you're cold in a way that has nothing to do with temperature. He asked me not to tell them. He said a king's dying is a political event and he wanted it to remain, for as long as possible, a private one. It's not going to remain private, Hela said. Lao Fei knows. Frigga closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them they were steady, because Frigga's eyes were always steady, but underneath the steadiness was something running very fast. How did Lao Fei? Because Lao Fei is old and pays attention, Naruto said. And because the clause of retrieval invocation makes no strategic sense unless he's working with a timeline that includes a leadership vacuum. He turned his cup. The treaty pressure isn't about me. It's designed to hit while Asgard is in transition. Frigga looked at him across the table. You worked that out. Hela worked out the last piece. He nodded toward her. I had the treaty interpretation. She had the context. Frigga looked at Hela, and the look had something in it that was neither guilt nor pride but held elements of both, the expression of a mother recognizing that the child she failed had become formidable in ways that exceeded even the child's worst circumstances. Hela received it with the specific stillness of someone who has wanted something for a very long time and doesn't know how to accept it now that it's arrived. The succession, Hela said, moving them back to the point before the moment became too much to hold in a small room. Thor is in Midgard. He can be recalled. Recalling him takes time. Laufey's timeline doesn't give us time. She set down her cup. Mother. The court needs to know about Odin. Not everything, but enough to begin preparing. A throne that empties without warning is a throne that invites catastrophe. I know that, Frigga said quietly. And yet he asked me not to. She met Hela's eyes. He is my husband. He is dying. I am trying to honor a request. At the expense of the realm. Hela, I'm not. Hela stopped. Reset. And Naruto watched her do it, watched the anger that had started to move through her redirect itself, not suppressed but genuinely redirected, with the effort of someone choosing not to repeat an old argument in an old way. I'm not attacking you, she said, and her voice was careful and deliberate. I know what it costs to watch someone die and try to manage every variable around it. I know that better than anyone in this room. A pause. I'm saying the choice is already out of your hands. Laufey's move made it public whether we acknowledged it or not. Frigga was quiet for a long moment. Long enough that the candles in the room moved through a full breath of air from the window. Then she looked at Naruto. What do you think? She asked. He looked up, mildly surprised to be asked. Not because he didn't have a thought, he always had a thought, but because he hadn't expected to be consulted on this particular question, this family question, this Asgardian question that was theoretically his too by blood and practically nothing of the sort yet. I think, he said, that what Hela said is right about the timeline, but what you said is right about the reason. He set down his cup. Both things are true and they're in conflict, and you already know that. You've been sitting with that conflict. He looked at her. The question isn't which one wins. It's what you do with the conflict while it's still alive. A pause. And I think you already know what you need to do. You've known for a while. You've just been waiting for someone to say it out loud. Frigga looked at him with the expression she'd worn in the library, the one that kept arriving when he said something she expected from someone older. You are, she said, a deeply inconvenient person to have in a room. I've heard that before, he said. It wasn't a complaint, she said, and meant it, and the warmth in her voice when she said it was the kind of warmth that didn't calculate its own temperature. She stood. Put down her cup with finality. I'll speak to the senior court tomorrow morning. Not the full disclosure, not yet. But enough. A preparation, not a proclamation. She looked at Hela. Will you be there? Hela held her gaze. If you want me there. I'm asking, Frigga said, simply. Another one of those silences that had texture. Hela gave the smallest, most controlled nod Naruto had ever seen, which he was fairly certain represented a considerable emotional output on her end. "Then I'll see you both in the morning," Frigga said. "Rest. What comes tomorrow requires being whole for it." She walked them to the door, and as Naruto passed she put her hand briefly on his arm. Just a moment, the specific light pressure of something that wanted to be more and knew this wasn't the time, and he met her eyes and nodded once, and she let him go. Valkyrie was exactly where she said she'd be at 6 hours before dawn, which was to say she was standing in the corridor outside Naruto's room looking like she'd been there for a while and was irritated about it, even though Naruto opened his door 2 minutes before the appointed time. "You're early," he said. "You're almost late," she said. "I'm 2 minutes early." For a dawn run, 2 minutes early is late. She turned and walked, and he pulled his jacket on and followed, and behind his breastbone Kurama woke up from a doze with the comfortable grumpiness of something large being disturbed from something comfortable. "Where are we going?" "Tour," Naruto said, quietly enough that only Kurama heard it. "Of what?" "The real Asgard, apparently." A pause. "I'll stay alert." "You're always alert. More alert than usual. This place has layers and I don't like not knowing what's underneath all of them." Naruto had to concede that was fair. Valkyrie took him down, rather than up, not to the basement where the ruins were, but through service passages and a side door that opened onto a part of the city Naruto hadn't seen yet. Not the golden towers and the formal boulevards. The parts that supported all of that from underneath, the way foundations support buildings, essential and unglamorous and running on a different logic than everything above. The pre-dawn streets of Asgard's working districts moved with the specific rhythm of people who started work before the people they worked for had opened their eyes. Deliveries, repairs, the early morning commerce of things that needed doing before the official day required them done. The buildings here were still Asgardian, you couldn't escape the architecture, but they wore it more practically, less concerned with being impressive, more focused on being useful. Valkyrie walked through it without commentary, and Naruto walked beside her and looked at everything the way he always looked at everything, like a student, like a person for whom nothing was beneath attention. "This is what the official tours miss," he said, after a while. "The official tours show you the palace, the bridge, the armory, the gardens." She shrugged. "They show you what Asgard wants to be. This is what it actually is." A pause. "The people who live here are the ones who keep the place running. They don't have much say in who sits the throne. They live with the consequences anyway." "Like everywhere," he said. "Like everywhere," she agreed. "Doesn't make it right." They stopped at a stall where a woman with arms like she'd been working a forge since childhood was distributing something hot in clay cups to a line of workers. Valkyrie bought 2 cups with the ease of someone who knew the stall and the woman, and handed one to Naruto without asking if he wanted it. He took it. It was sharp and bitter and extremely hot and completely good. "You came here," he said. "After Sakar. Before any of the palace business." "Every morning," she said. "Marta doesn't care about politics. She doesn't care about succession crises or treaty invocations or lost princes." She nodded at the forge-armed woman. "She cares about whether the cups are hot and whether people get through the morning. It's clarifying." "Yeah." He drank. Watched the street. "Tell me about the Valkyries. The actual history. Not the official version." She was quiet for a moment, the way she was quiet when something required reaching past the dry surface into something she kept stored carefully. "We were the best fighters Asgard had," she said. "I told you that. But what I didn't tell you was that we were also the most independent. The Einherjar follow orders. The Valkyries," a pause. "We were given latitude. Judgment. We didn't wait to be told what a situation required. We read it and responded. That made you dangerous. That made us effective. It also made some people nervous." She looked at her cup. Hela understood that. She saw it as a strength. She recruited us specifically because we didn't need to be managed, we needed to be trusted. A complicated expression moved through her face. And then she used that trust in a direction we hadn't agreed to. And it cost us everything. Were you close to her? He said it without preamble, the way he asked everything, directly but without aggression, leaving space around the question. She was extraordinary, Valkyrie said, after a moment. Before things went the way they went. Watching her fight was like watching something of nature. Not human. Not in the limiting sense, in the sense of, you know when you watch a storm and you understand that the storm isn't cruel, it's simply the storm, completely itself without compromise? Yeah. Like that. Watching Hela was like that. She finished her cup. And then the storm went somewhere it shouldn't, and took everyone with it, and I was the only one who got out. She handed the cup back to Marta. I spent a long time being angry about being the one who got out. He said nothing. Survivor's guilt, she said, with the brisk self-awareness of someone who'd named the thing precisely in order to stop it having more power than its name. I know what it is. I managed it by drinking and fighting and staying as far from anything that reminded me of her as I could get. She glanced at him. And then Thor dragged me back here and she turned out to be alive, and then you turned out to be, you. And my management strategy has significant gaps. You could try a different strategy, he said. I could, she said. Or I could maintain a healthy professional distance and die with my coping mechanisms intact. Is the second one actually working for you? She looked at him sideways. It was working fine until 4 days ago. He grinned. She looked away with the expression of someone who has decided not to acknowledge that a grin happened. They walked further into the working streets, and the city came alive around them as the sun started making claims on the horizon, and Valkyrie showed him places and told him things, the districts, the history underneath the official history, the fault lines in the court that predated the current generation, the complicated geography of loyalties and old wounds that was the actual political landscape of Asgard as opposed to its ceremonial one. He listened to all of it, and asked the kind of questions that told her he was keeping track of the whole map, not just the pieces she was handing him. You're building something, she said, after a while. What do you mean? In your head. You're mapping it all. Not as a visitor learning the place, as someone deciding what to do with it. She looked at him. When did that start? He thought about it honestly. When Hela told me about Odin, he said. Before that I was orienting. Figuring out who was who and what everything meant. He paused. Now I know what the situation is. So I'm thinking about what to do. And what are you going to do? The street had opened onto a small square where the first market stalls were setting up, and he stopped in the middle of it and looked around, at the city, at the bridge visible over the rooftops in the new morning light, at the palace catching the first sun and going gold in a way that was, whatever you thought about its excess, genuinely beautiful. I'm going to make sure Laufey's play doesn't work, he said. Whatever it is he's actually trying to do, whatever he's using the treaty as cover for, I'm going to close the door before he walks through it. He turned to look at her. And I'm going to do it without giving Asgard the impression that I owe them for it. She raised an eyebrow. That's a very specific concern. People who do things for you when you need them tend to present the bill afterward, he said. I've seen it. I'm not going to be in that position. He met her eyes. I'll help because it's right and because I'm connected to this place whether I chose it or not. Not because I'm trading protection for belonging. Valkyrie looked at him for a long moment. Then she said something that was probably not what she'd intended to say, in a voice that was quieter than her usual register. Someone hurt you with that. The trading thing. Someone used belonging as leverage. He was quiet for a moment. The village I grew up in, he said. For years, they tolerated me when I was convenient. Looked the other way when I wasn't. And then when I became powerful enough to be useful, suddenly there was belonging on offer. He shrugged. I figured out eventually that the belonging was real, that people can change, that communities can grow. But I never forgot the first lesson. That belonging offered as payment is not the same as belonging that's freely given. She absorbed this without comment. Then she turned to look at the market stalls. Right, she said. What do you want from the market? You're hungry. Don't pretend you're not, you've been looking at the food stalls for 10 minutes. Is it that obvious? The fox's eyes keep drifting to the meat vendor, she said. It's distinctive. He looked inward. I don't know what she's talking about, Kurama said, with great dignity. Naruto laughed. Valkyrie looked at his face and something in her expression did the thing it kept almost doing, almost becoming the thing it was holding back from being, and she turned away before she could be caught at it. The meeting with the senior court went exactly as poorly as expected and better than feared. Frigga stood before 12 of Asgard's most senior council members and told them, in the measured language of a queen who had spent 40 years learning how much to say and how to say it, that Odin's condition was serious, that the Odin sleep had deepened in a way that suggested they were entering a period of transition, and that preparations should begin quietly and without announcement. She did not say dying. But everyone in the room heard it anyway, because the word that isn't said is always louder than the one that is. Naruto sat at the back of the room, which was not officially his place. He had no official place yet, but nobody asked him to leave, partly because Frigga had not objected to his presence and partly because asking him to leave had taken on, in 4 days, the quality of a task that was probably not going to produce the desired outcome. Hela stood beside Frigga. That, more than anything Frigga said, communicated the magnitude of what was happening. The council looked at Hela, at this impossible presence, standing at the queen's shoulder in the queen's meeting room, and understood that the world had shifted significantly since yesterday. She looked back at them with the flat composure of someone waiting for the world to catch up to facts it should have learned earlier. One of the council members, older than the others, with the specific expression of someone who'd survived several political upheavals by never being the person who spoke first, finally said, carefully, "Is the prince to be considered in questions of succession?" Every head in the room turned toward the back where Naruto was sitting. He looked at the council member. The council member looked at him. "I'm not interested in the throne," Naruto said, into the silence. The room did not relax. If anything, it rearranged its tension into a new configuration, the configuration of people who had expected one answer and gotten a different one and were now trying to figure out whether the new answer was better or worse. "My lord," said the council member, choosing the title as a hedge, "the succession is a separate question from what I just said," Naruto said. "I'm not interested in the throne. What I'm interested in is making sure Asgard doesn't walk into whatever Lao Fei has arranged for it during this transition." He looked around the room. "Which means I need to know, right now, from people who know things, who else knows about Odin's condition outside this room?" A pause. "That's the actual security question," he continued. "Not who sits the throne after. That question has time. The question of who already knows what Lao Fei knows, that question doesn't." Another silence. Then the older council member, with the expression of someone who had revised their assessment of a situation mid-sentence, "There may be those within the palace whose loyalties have been cultivated by Lao Fei. By those who benefit from instability. Same thing in this situation," Naruto said. He looked at Sif, who was standing by the door in her professional capacity and had been very carefully not looking at him. "Sif. Who would Laufey's people approach?" She turned. Made a brief calculation. "Supply chain contacts," she said, because Sif answered direct questions directly. "The gate records, anyone with access to who's entering and leaving the city." And, a pause. "The healing room's staff." The room went very quiet. "The healing rooms," Naruto said. "If someone wanted accurate information about Odin's condition," she said, steadily, "the healing rooms would be the source. Then that's where we start." He stood quietly. "No accusations yet," We need to know who, not just confirm that someone. He looked at Frigga. With your permission. Frigga held his gaze, and in her eyes was something that had multiple layers, the queen calculating, the mother feeling something she was carefully not naming, the woman who had hidden a child for 20 years and carried the shape of that decision ever since. You have it, she said. He nodded. Moved toward the door. Then stopped, and looked back at the room, at the 12 council members, at Frigga, at Hela standing straight and present at her mother's shoulder. One more thing, he said. Whatever happens in the next 6 days, whatever Lao Fei tries, whatever pressure comes, Asgard doesn't respond from panic. We respond from position. He looked at each of them, brief and direct. We have more information than Lao Fei thinks we have. That's the advantage. Don't spend it by reacting. He left. Sif caught up to him in the corridor 2 seconds later, matching his stride. You told them what to do, she said. I told them a way to think about it, he said. In a council meeting you weren't officially invited to. Nobody told me to leave. She made a sound. You're going to give the senior council a collective headache. Better a headache than a crisis they weren't prepared for. He glanced at her. You were right about the healing rooms. How did you know to think of that? Because it's what I would do, she said simply. If I wanted reliable information from inside a palace during an Odin sleep, I'd cultivate someone in the healing rooms. Close enough to the source, trusted enough to have access, human enough to have needs that could be exploited. She paused. It's not complicated. It's just the most direct path. He looked at her. You'd have made a terrifying intelligence operative. I'm a terrifying warrior, she said. The intelligence part is just maintenance. Hela found him in the lower library that afternoon. Not the main library, the secondary one, the one the scholars used for archival work, that smelled of older things and had no windows and was consequently used mainly by people who wanted to not be found. Naruto had discovered it by following a scholar who'd looked like she knew where the good material was. He was reading the original treaty documents, which had been delivered to the kitchen by a conscientious Einherjar and then moved to the library by Naruto when he realized the kitchen lighting wasn't good enough for the script. The old tongue required full attention. Hela materialized in the chair across from him without apparent transit through the door. That's going to be less alarming eventually, he said, without looking up. It isn't for most people, she said. I'm not most people. He turned a page. The clause of retrieval. Tell me how you read it. She leaned forward and looked at the text. Her old tongue was fluent and native in a way no modern Asgardians could be. She read in silence for a moment, and he watched her read, the way her eyes moved through the dense script with complete ease. The root word they use for retrieval, she said, is the same root they use for invitation throughout the rest of the document. Not the root for compulsion or capture. She looked up at him. You were right. It's legally ambiguous at best. It's not ambiguous, he said. The intention of the word is consistent throughout the document. The problem is that the intended reading protects me and Lao Fei needs a different one. Which means when he invokes it officially, he'll bring his own translation. So I need mine on record first. He sat back. Can you write in the old tongue? She gave him a look that said the question was slightly beneath the dignity of the goddess of death. Obviously. I need a formal interpretation statement. Signed by someone with legal standing under the old treaty. He met her eyes. Your bloodline qualifies. You're Asgardian royalty and old enough to have academic standing in the original language. She was quiet for a moment. You want me to go on record, she said. Officially and visibly. He held her gaze. I know what that costs. It puts you in the political arena. It makes your presence in Asgard impossible for the court to treat as an unofficial thing. It makes me unavoidable, she said, and her voice was precise about it, not bitter. Yeah. He didn't soften it. Is that a problem? She was quiet. He let her be quiet, didn't fill the space, didn't push, just let the question sit in the room with her until she'd turned it all the way over. My reputation, she said, carefully, is that I am a creature of destruction. That I want power for its own sake. That sending me back to hell was just unnecessary. She looked at the treaty text. Going on record, being visible and deliberate and useful, is the opposite of that reputation. Which means it matters more, he said. Not less. She looked at him. And there it was again, that slow movement in the cold deep water behind her eyes, the thing that moved when warmth reached it. You are, she said, an extremely effective person. So I've been told. I don't mean in combat. She leaned back in her chair. I mean that you understand leverage. Not the political kind, the human kind. The place where someone is almost ready to move and needs one more thing to get them there. Her eyes were direct. You've been doing it since the basement. With me. With my mother. With Valkyrie. I'm not manipulating anyone, he said, and his tone was level and honest. I see where people are and I tell them what I see. What they do with it is their choice. That's exactly what I said. You're effective. She held his gaze. I'm not objecting. I'm observing. A pause. I've met two people in my existence who operated that way. One of them I lost to a war I partly caused. The other is sitting across from me in a library reading documents about his own treaty rights. She looked at the table. It is a strange thing, meeting someone who makes you want to be better than your worst choices. The room was very quiet. He looked at her for a moment, at the composed face and the green eyes and the goddess of death stillness that was sitting in a small library chair like a normal person, which it absolutely was not doing, and he said, for what it's worth. The worst choices are not all there is of you. Not even close. She didn't answer that. Instead she reached across the table and pulled the treaty document toward her, and picked up the pen from the desk, and began to write. He watched her hand move through the old script, confident and precise, without hesitation, the hand of someone for whom this language was as natural as breathing. The interpretation statement took form on the page beside the original text, formal and unambiguous, grounded in textual evidence and historical precedent and signed at the bottom with a name that would mean something very specific in very specific circles. She slid it across to him when she finished. He read it. It was exactly right. Better than right, it was the kind of exactly right that only came from someone who understood both the law and the strategy behind using it. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me, she said. I did it because it's correct. Both things can be true. She picked up her pen again, as though she intended to write something else, and then set it down, and then looked at him with the particular expression of someone about to say something they haven't said before. If I asked you something, she said, would you answer honestly? Always. What do you want? She asked. Not from the situation, not the tactical thing. What do you actually want from being here? From all of this? He was quiet for a moment. The question deserved a real answer and he gave it the time to arrive. Connection, he said. Without obligation attached to it. I want to know where I come from without it defining where I go. He paused. And I want the people I've met in the last 4 days to not be destroyed by something I could have prevented. He looked at her. That includes you. She held his gaze. You've known me for 4 days. I know, he said. Doesn't change it. The goddess of death, who had watched the ends of 10,000 things across 10,000 years, looked at him for a long moment with something moving in her face that didn't have a name in any language she knew, old or new. You're going to be very difficult to be sensible about, she said finally. Yeah, he said. People keep landing there. She stood, and the poise came back and the goddess settled around her like a garment, but something underneath it was slightly different than it had been, less frozen, less final. Like a verdict that's been revised. "I'll be at the court briefing tomorrow," she said. "I know. Don't look pleased about it." "I'm not," he said, and looked exactly as pleased as he felt, which was considerable. She made a sound that might have been, in a different room, from a different person, the very beginning of a laugh. Then she left, the way she always left, without apparent transition, there and then not there, only the cold proof of her passage and the interpretation statement sitting on the table in handwriting as clear as a verdict. Valkyrie found him at dinner. He was in the great hall this time, because he'd decided that eating in the kitchen was probably a habit he should phase out before the kitchen staff staged a diplomatic incident. The great hall was enormous and nearly empty at this hour, the formal meals were earlier, and what remained was the informal drift of warriors eating late after training, servants finishing their own shifts, and the occasional scholar who'd forgotten to eat until hunger became academic. She sat across from him without preamble, with a plate of food and a drink that was, he noted, smaller than her usual. "I've been thinking," she said. "About?" "About the retrieval clause. About what Lao Fei actually sends if you don't present yourself at Jotunheim." She tore a piece of bread. "He doesn't send warriors." "Not really. He sends a statement. 24 frost giants walking into Asgard under legal cover is a statement about what the law permits and what Asgard can't stop without breaking the treaty itself." "He wants Asgard to break the treaty," Naruto said. "He wants Asgard to be forced to choose between breaking the treaty and letting him walk in." She looked at him. "But if the treaty interpretation you have from Hela holds, if the retrieval clause is legally void, then Laufey's walking in without legal cover. And that's a different thing entirely." "An invasion," he said. "An invasion," she agreed. "Which gives Asgard grounds to respond without breaking anything." She drank. "So the question is whether you can get the interpretation formally recognized before the 6 days are up." "Working on it." She nodded. "Ate." He ate. The hall murmured around them with the low conversation of people at the end of their day. "Can I ask you something?" he said. "You're going to ask regardless." "The Valkyrie thing. The order. Is it completely gone?" She looked at her plate. "The women are gone. The tradition," she paused. "The tradition is a thing I carry. Whether it means anything anymore without the others," she shook her head slightly. "It means something," he said. "Easy for you to say." "No, I mean," he stopped, and she looked up because he didn't usually stop mid-thought. He was looking at the hall with the expression of someone watching two things at once. "The things we carry that we think are only ours because everyone else who shared them is gone, those things don't stop being real. They become more real, sometimes." He looked at her. "You're the last of the Valkyries. That's not nothing. That's not diminished. That's the whole tradition being held in one person." She looked at him. "That's either the most comforting thing anyone said about it or the most terrifying." "Probably both," he said. She let out a breath that wasn't quite a laugh. "You're consistent, I'll give you that." She finished her drink. Set the cup down deliberately. "Tomorrow," she said, "after the court briefing, I want to talk about what happens after the 6 days. Tactically. What we do if Lao Fei calls the retrieval anyway, interpretation or not." "Yeah," he said. "And I want to talk to," she stopped. Made a face, the private face of someone negotiating with themselves. "I want to talk to Hela," she said, in the voice of someone who has made a decision they're going to commit to before they can think better of it. "Not about the past. About, I don't know what about. I just think I need to." He didn't say anything about it. He just said, "I'll set it up if you want." "I don't need you to set it up," she said. "I can have a conversation." "Okay. I'm going to have a conversation." "I believe you." "Stop looking like that." "I'm not looking like anything." You're doing the thing, she said, waving her hand vaguely, where your face is very calm and your eyes are extremely warm and she stopped. It's very annoying, she finished, with the brisk determination of someone who had started a sentence and was going to finish it regardless. I'll work on it, he said. Don't, she said, and stood up, and picked up her plate, and walked away with the posture of someone who had definitely meant to leave 2 minutes ago. He looked after her. Then he looked at his food. Then he smiled at his food, which was a strange thing to do, but the food was not judging him. 4 days, Kurama said, with deep satisfaction. Don't, Naruto said. I'm simply observing. You're being smug. I'm a nine-tailed fox, Kurama said. I'm always being smug. This is just smug with a specific reason. Naruto ate his dinner and thought about 6 days and Luffy King and the treaty carved in stone and the interpretation written in a dead language by a goddess who'd sat in a library chair like a person and made a choice about who she wanted to be. He thought about Frigga, who knew how to hold too many things at once and was learning to put some of them down. He thought about Sif, who'd fought him in the training yard and found something she hadn't expected to find. He thought about Valkyrie, who carried an entire order in herself and didn't know yet what to do with that weight. He thought about his mother, whose name he still didn't know, who had stood in this golden city and looked at it and decided it wasn't where she belonged and then made that decision cost her everything. He thought about all of it, and he made himself stay with the full weight of it rather than pushing it away, because the weight was real and pretending it wasn't was the kind of thing that broke people later in the ways that mattered. Then he finished his dinner, took his plate to the kitchen, told the night cook the soup was excellent, and went to bed. 5 days left. Chapter 5, All Roads Burn. The spy in the healing rooms was a woman named Astrid. Sif found her on the morning of the 5th day, which left 4 days before the full moon, which was not much time but was enough if you used it correctly. She didn't find Astrid through surveillance or interrogation. She found her by sitting with the question of who the way good warriors sit with the question of how, and following the logic of it until it arrived somewhere that felt true, and then going to verify. Astrid had been on the healing staff for 11 years. She had a sister in the lower city whose husband had debts that someone had been quietly servicing for the last 8 months. 8 months was roughly when Luffy's intelligence on Odin's condition would have needed to start being reliable for his current timeline to work. Sif brought this to Naruto over breakfast in the kitchen, which she had now accepted as simply where morning conversations happened. He listened to the whole thing without interrupting, which she'd noticed was his consistent practice, not performing patience, but genuinely waiting for the complete picture before he spoke. What do you want to do with her? He asked, when she finished. Remove her from the healing rooms. Question her. Sif's tone was matter-of-fact about it. What does she know that we don't already know? A pause. The channel she uses to pass information. How often? What Luffy's people have asked for specifically. She met his eyes. The shape of what he's actually planning. Then we can't move on her yet, he said. Sif frowned. If we leave her in place, we control what Luffy learns about Odin's condition for the next 4 days. He drank his tea. We can't stop Luffy from knowing things he already knows. But we can shape what he thinks he knows going forward. She looked at him. The frown had shifted into something more evaluative. You want to feed him false information. I want to feed him true information in the wrong order, he said. Not lies, Luffy is too smart for lies. But truths arranged to suggest a different picture than the real one. He set down his cup. We leave Astrid in place. She keeps reporting. But what she reports confirms that the court is more stable than it actually is. That Odin's condition has plateaued. That the succession question is already resolved. None of that is true. The succession question will be resolved before the full moon, he said, as though this were obvious. Sif stared at him. By who? By Frigga, he said. She's going to make a decision about the regency today. I think she already knows what the decision is, she's been working toward it since the night we talked to her. He looked at Sif calmly. She's going to name a regent. Someone who can hold the throne while Thor is recalled and the succession is formally settled. Who? I don't know yet, he said. That's her choice. He paused. But she's going to make it. I'd rather Lao Fei not know the details until after it's public. Sif absorbed this. Then she looked at the wall, the way she looked at things when she was building a structure in her mind. The information channel through Astrid, she said, slowly. If we use it, we need someone Astrid trusts to feed the information casually, he said. Someone she would naturally overhear without suspicion. Someone with access to the healing rooms who has no obvious reason to be managing her perception of events. Sif looked at him. He looked back. Me, she said flatly. You're the most natural choice. I despise intelligence work, she said. I know. You'll do it anyway. She put her cup down with a small, precise sound. You are extraordinarily confident about what I'll do. You haven't said no, he said. A pause that lasted exactly as long as it needed to. What do I tell her? Sif said. Frigga made the announcement at midday. She gathered not the full court was too large and too leaky and Frigga had spent 40 years understanding the acoustics of information in a palace, but the people who mattered, the ones whose positions meant that what they knew became what the court knew. She told them, in clear and unambiguous terms, that Odin had entered the deep Odin sleep and that during this period the throne required a regent. She named herself. Not because it was the path of least resistance, and not because she'd been holding the actual authority for decades anyway, though both of those things were true. She named herself because she looked at the room and understood that anything more complicated, any other name, any arrangement that required explanation, would be a vulnerability. The regency needed to be simple and immediately recognized and settled before Laufey's timeline could use its absence. The court accepted it with the particular combination of relief and anxiety that bodies show when a question they've been dreading is answered in a way that is completely sensible and therefore entirely anticlimactic. Naruto was, again, at the back of the room. He watched Frigga stand at the front of it with the self-possession of someone who had made a very large decision and made peace with it before she announced it, and he thought that she was one of the most capable people he'd ever seen and also that she was carrying an enormous amount of weight that she was never going to put down voluntarily and that somebody should probably sit with her tonight. He also thought that the announcement, delivered this clearly and this soon, would reach Astrid by the end of the day, and Lao Fei would know by tomorrow that the succession question had been handled, which would close at least one avenue of his plan. After the meeting broke, Hela appeared at his elbow, because Hela appeared places rather than arriving at them. She did it well, Hela said quietly. She did, he agreed. A pause. She looked at me before she said it, Hela said. When she named herself regent. She looked at me specifically. Did she? Don't be coy, Hela said. It's beneath you. But her voice was not cold when she said it. She paused. Asking something. Without asking it. What was she asking? Hela was quiet for a moment. Whether I objected, she said. To her on the throne rather than, she stopped. Rather than you, he finished. The words sat in the room. The throne was supposed to be mine, Hela said, and her voice was precise and careful and completely steady. Once. Before Odin decided what I was and what I'd done made me unsuitable for it. She looked across the room at Frigga, who was receiving the careful attention of the senior council. I spent millennia hating that decision. And now? A long pause. Now I think, she said, that I would have been a terrible ruler in the way people are terrible rulers when they're also angry. She looked at the throne. The anger needed to go somewhere. I needed it to go somewhere that wasn't responsible for the well-being of 9 realms. And now the anger is going somewhere else, she said, and the side of her mouth moved in a way that was not quite a smile but was its near neighbor. "You should go tell her that," he said. "Tell her what, specifically?" "That you don't object." He met her eyes. "Not for political reasons. Personally. Tell her personally." She looked at him for a moment. Then she moved, without ceremony, across the room toward her mother, and Naruto watched her go and thought about all the distances people spend their lives maintaining that cost them more than crossing wood. The attack came at dusk, which was the tactically correct time for it. Not a full assault. Lao Fei was too careful for a full assault this early. It was a probe. Designed to test Asgard's readiness, create chaos during the transition, and possibly extract something from the confusion. 7 frost giants, manifesting at the city's lower edge through a weak point in the barrier that someone had been carefully not repairing for the last 3 months. Another thread of the same cloth. The alarm went through the palace fast and the Einherjar moved faster. Naruto was in the training yard. He'd gotten into the habit of an evening session, partly because it helped him think and partly because the yard had become a comfortable place, when the alarm hit. He heard it and was already moving before the sound finished, because his body had learned a long time ago not to wait for his mind to authorize the response to an alarm. He came out of the palace gate into a city street that was in the controlled chaos of Asgardian civilians moving to shelter and Einherjar moving toward the breach, and he ran toward the sound and the cold. Sif was already there. She was always already there. He was starting to think she had a separate alarm, something internal that told her where the fighting was going to be before the official signal. The frost giants were large, which he'd prepared for, and fast, which surprised him slightly. He'd expected the size to come with the corresponding weight penalty in speed, but frost giants apparently didn't read the same physical rules as humans. 2 of the 7 had broken past the first Einherjar line and were in a market street that had been clear of civilians 40 seconds ago. Naruto hit the lead giant with enough force to send it 3 stalls to the left, which was satisfying and also very loud. The second one turned and he was already gone, not retreating, just not there anymore, one shadow clone to the giant's right drawing its attention while Naruto came in from below and drove it into the nearest wall with a chakra-enhanced push that cracked the stone in a radius and definitely rattled the giant's enormous skull. 2 down. 5 to go. The Einherjar were handling 3 of the remaining 5 reasonably well. The 4th was giving them trouble. It was doing something with the ice that was beyond simple cold, generating a field that made footing unpredictable for fighters who weren't used to it. Naruto felt Kurama's chakra spike in his chest and redirected it to his feet, and the footing problem ceased to be a problem. He was taking care of the 4th when Valkyrie landed next to him. Not in front of him. Not where he was, next to him, right at his shoulder, precise to the inch, the way people position themselves when they've fought with a partner long enough to know exactly how much space they need and where they want to be relative to you. Except she'd never fought with him. She took the 4th giant's left side while he took its right, and the coordination was effortless, which was interesting because they hadn't talked about it or arranged it, they just both arrived at the same physical solution simultaneously, and afterward he'd have called it luck except that it happened twice more in the next 6 minutes and luck doesn't repeat that specifically. "You fight like you've done this before," he said, between giants. "I have done this before," she said. "Lots of times. Just not with you. It doesn't feel like not with me." She looked at him for exactly 1 second. "Focus," she said. He focused. The 7th giant was the problem one. Bigger than the others by a meaningful margin, and not panicking, the others had been uncoordinated by the pace of the response, but this one had adapted. It was retreating and fighting simultaneously, which meant it had a destination, which meant this was not simply a probe. Naruto saw it 2 seconds before it reached the building it was heading for, an administrative structure near the lower city center, where the records of the city's outer barrier were kept. Where someone could, in the chaos of a fight, pull specific documentation in a very short time. He moved. Full Sage mode dropped over him like a tide coming in, not engaged bit by bit but all at once, the full orange-gold shift, the weight of the natural world's awareness settling into his senses like a second set of eyes that saw everything. He crossed the distance between him and the giant in a burst of speed that made the intervening air feel cheated, and he put himself between the giant and the building with his arms crossed and his feet planted and approximately the full weight of the Nine-Tails chakra running through him like a river that had decided not to be a river anymore. The giant hit him. He didn't move. That, more than anything else that had happened that evening, stopped the fight. Not Naruto's speed, not his power, not the sheer creative mayhem of 7 shadow clones appearing mid-battle to complicate every frost giant's calculation. The fact that one blonde shinobi with whisker marks stood in the way of a full-speed frost giant charge and did not move was what cut through the noise and landed in every watching mind with the specific weight of a fact being established. He took the giant's follow-up strike on his right arm, redirected the force in a spiral that the giant hadn't been designed to counter, and ended the engagement by driving the giant into the ground with enough force that the crater it left in the Market Street pavement was going to be an interesting conversation for the repair crews. Then he looked at the administrative building. At the door, which was intact. At the records, which were undisturbed. He looked at the giant in the crater, who was alive and not going anywhere for the next few minutes. "Hey," he said to the giant, crouching down to the level of its head. "Tell me what you were supposed to take from that building." The giant said nothing. "Okay," he said pleasantly. "You don't have to tell me now. You'll tell me later. We have time." He stood up. Looked at the surrounding Einherjar. "Secure this one separately from the others. And somebody go through that building tonight, everything in it, and tell me what someone might have wanted from in there." The Einherjar captain, who had been having a remarkably comprehensive day, nodded. Naruto turned. Valkyrie was 5 feet behind him, arms crossed, with her characteristic expression of someone who has just seen something they expected not to see and is managing their reaction to it with varying success. "The building," she said. "Yeah. You saw where it was going before it turned. Sage mode gives me, it's a sensory thing. Attention has a direction. When you know what to look for, you can read it." He looked at the crater. The probe was a distraction. The real objective was whatever's in that building. "The barrier repair records," she said slowly. He looked at her. "The records of which sections of the outer barrier haven't been maintained," she said. "If someone wanted to document the weak points, create a map of where the barrier is compromised, they'd need the administrative record to cross-reference with the actual barrier," he said. "Without the record, they're guessing. With it they have a blueprint for the next incursion," she said. "Something significantly larger than 7. They looked at each other in the settling dust of a street that smelled of ice and broken stone. "So the probe wasn't to test our readiness," he said. "It was to complete the map. Which means the big play is already planned," she said. "We just stopped them from having the full picture." She paused. "We need to look at those barrier records ourselves. Tonight." "Tonight," he agreed. She looked at the crater, at the fallen giant, at the mess of the Market Street. "You didn't move," she said, and her voice had a different quality in it, not the dry professional register or even the careful about warmth register. Something more direct. "When it hit you. Most people, anything alive, moves." "I had good footing," he said. "That's not what I mean." He looked at her. "I know what you mean. You didn't flinch," she said. 9 feet of frost giant at full speed and you stood there like you were planted." She shook her head slightly. "I've seen warriors twice your age move for less. Would moving have helped?" "No, but most people's bodies don't know that in the moment." "Mine does," he said simply. "The body learns. You tell it enough times what it can take, and eventually it believes you." She looked at him for a moment, in the way she looked at things she was learning the actual size of. Then, "Come on," she said. "Barrier records." They went. The records revealed 12 compromised sections. 3 of which were significant, large enough that a coordinated approach through all three simultaneously would stretch any defensive response past its comfortable capacity. Someone had been not repairing those sections specifically, in a pattern that looked like maintenance backlog from the outside and looked like deliberate preparation from the inside. Naruto sat on the floor of the administrative building's records room with the relevant documents spread around him in a circle, which was his preferred spatial arrangement for complex information, and looked at the map they formed. Valkyrie sat across from him, eating an apple she'd acquired from somewhere, reading the barrier maintenance logs with the focused attention of someone cross-referencing field experience against written record. Sif arrived at the second hour, having finished her work with Astrid, and took one look at the documents on the floor and sat down without being asked. "The north section is the worst," she said, after a few minutes. "The maintenance here," she pointed at a section of the log. The same inspector passed it 3 times without flagging the deterioration. "Either incompetent or paid." "Paid," Valkyrie said, without looking up from her documents. "The same inspector doesn't miss the same fault 3 times in the same section by accident. That's 3 compromised people inside Asgard's infrastructure," Naruto said. He was looking at the map. Astrid in the healing rooms. Someone in the barrier inspection service. And whoever left the entry point open that the 7 used tonight. "It's a network," Sif said. "It's been built carefully over time," he said. "This isn't reactive. Lao Fei started this years ago. Long before anyone in this palace knew I existed." He looked at the 12 compromised sections. He wasn't just waiting for me to show up. He was preparing the ground. Me showing up just gave him a reason to use the preparation he already had. "Which means the timeline matters less than we thought," Valkyrie said. "How do you mean?" "If the full moon is the legal trigger for the retrieval clause, but the infrastructure for an actual military operation has been in place for years," she met his eyes. "He could move before the full moon. The legal cover would be gone, but the military capability wouldn't depend on it." Naruto looked at her. "You think he's going to move early?" "I think," she said carefully, "that a man who has been building towards something for years and has just had his information-gathering operation partially disrupted is a man who knows his window might be closing." She put down the apple. "Smart generals don't wait for perfect conditions. They move when conditions are good enough and delay makes them worse." He absorbed this. Looked at the map again. Thought about the 7-giant probe, about the 7th one heading for the records, about the specific calculation of a man who had been patient for years and was now beginning to feel the situation accelerate. "He's going to move in the next 48 hours, Naruto said. Both women looked at him. "It's what I'd do," he said. "The retrieval clause gives him 4 more days of legal cover, but his intelligence network has been partially burned. He doesn't know exactly what we know. That uncertainty compounds every day he waits. So he moves now, while the legal window is still open, while the uncertainty is still manageable, before we can," he stopped. "Before we can prepare for something bigger than a probe." Silence in the records room. "We need to seal the barrier sections tonight," Sif said. "We seal 2 of them," Naruto said. "Not all 3. We leave the north section open." Both women stared at him. "If we seal all 3, Lao Fei knows we found the map. He adjusts. Comes in somewhere we haven't prepared." Naruto looked at the north section on the map. "But if we seal 2 and leave the north, and if we make sure that leaving it open looks like maintenance backlog rather than intention, we funnel him," Valkyrie said, slowly. "We funnel him," he confirmed. "He comes through the north because it's the only option left. And we know exactly where that is." "That's the most strategically arrogant thing I've heard all week," Sif said. "Is it wrong?" A pause. She looked at the map. "No," she said. "We'd need warriors positioned without making the positioning visible," Valkyrie said. "He'll have scouts. If the north section looks defended, the warriors won't be at the north section," Naruto said. "They'll be behind it. waiting for Luffy's force to be committed through the opening before they close it. He looked at them both. It needs to be fast and it needs to be absolute. The moment Luffy's force is through the barrier, we seal the section behind them and engage from 3 sides. A trap, Sif said. A welcome, he said. We're welcoming them exactly where we want them. Valkyrie was quiet for a moment. Then she said, in a different voice than any she'd used so far that evening, not dry, not professional, not careful, just honest, I've fought in a lot of campaigns. A lot of them badly planned, poorly resourced, wrongly led. She looked at him. This is actually good. The part where we stop a war before it becomes a war by controlling where it starts, that's good strategy. Don't sound surprised, he said. I'm not surprised, she said, and then after a beat, I'm a little surprised. Sif, can you get me the Einherjar captain without going through official channels? I can have him here in 20 minutes. Do it. He started gathering the documents, sorting them into the order they'd need for the briefing. Valkyrie, I'll check the north section personally, she said, already standing. Sight lines, approach routes, the specific geography of where we want them committed before we close the door. Be back in an hour. I'll be back in 40 minutes, she said, and walked out. He looked at Sif. She was looking at the door through which Valkyrie had just left, with an expression that was complex in a way she wasn't managing to simplify in time. She turned and found him looking at her and did the thing she did, composed it, but slower than usual. Don't, she said. I didn't say anything, he said. You were going to say something. I was going to say please make sure the Einherjar captain knows to come quiet, he said, mildly. What did you think I was going to say? She held his gaze for a moment. Then she stood, with her warrior's efficiency, and said, 20 minutes, and followed Valkyrie's path out the door. He looked at the records room around him, at the map, at the 12 points marked in red. She saved your life, Kurama said. Who? Valkyrie. Third frost giant. You were managing the crowd and the one on your right had an angle you didn't. I know, he said. She stepped in front of it. I know. He was quiet for a moment. She didn't mean to. She was moving on instinct. Instinct tells you something, Kurama said, with the satisfaction of a very large creature making a very small point. Shut up, Naruto said, but not unkindly, and went back to the map. The Einherjar captain arrived in 18 minutes, which spoke well of Sif's persuasion. Naruto briefed him in the records room, directly, without staging it as anything other than what it was, a young man who had been in Asgard for 5 days laying out a military plan to a career soldier who had no official reason to take orders from him. He laid it out completely. The compromised barrier sections, the plan to seal 2 and leave 1, the positioning of the warriors, the timing, the criteria for sealing the north section behind Luffy's force. When he finished, the captain was quiet for a moment. You're confident about the 48-hour window, the captain said. Reasonably. If you're wrong, if he waits for the full moon, then we have warriors prepositioned in the wrong place for 4 days. Then we pull them back and reposition, Naruto said. Nothing permanent. And if he comes through a different section? 2 of the 3 are sealed tonight. The only remaining option that's been compromised is the north. If he has information we don't know about, a 4th point we haven't found, then we deal with that when it happens. He met the captain's eyes. There are no plans that survive contact with everything that could go wrong. What we can do is maximize the probability that he goes exactly where we want him. The captain looked at him for a long moment. The look had layers, the professional evaluation, the question of authority, the recognition of someone who knew what they were talking about fighting against the structure of how things were supposed to work. The regent would need to approve this, he said. I know, Naruto said. I'll have approval before dawn. And you're certain of that? I'll talk to Frigga tonight, he said. Yes. Another pause. Then the captain said, "I'll begin quiet repositioning at midnight. 2 hours before the official rotation changes, so it doesn't show in the scheduling records." He stood. "My lord." He left. The room was quiet. Valkyrie came back in 39 minutes. Sif came back with her, which was not what either of them had planned, but they'd apparently met at the north section and Sif had finished what she'd been doing early and gone to look at the terrain herself. "The north section is perfect for this," Valkyrie said, spreading her sketch on the floor. "There's a natural choke point 30 meters inside the barrier line. If we position the rear seal there rather than at the barrier itself, we get more of the force committed before we close," Sif continued, as though they'd been planning together for years, which they hadn't. "The choke point forces them into a column. Easier to address in segments." Naruto looked at them both. At the sketch Valkyrie had made, at Sif's additions in the margins that she'd apparently been drawing in real time. "When did you two plan this?" "Just now," Valkyrie said. "At the north section," Sif said. "It took you 11 minutes, he said. "We're both very good at this," Valkyrie said, without a trace of false modesty. He looked at the sketch. It was better than what he'd had. "This is better than what I had," he said. "Obviously," Sif said. "Don't thank us," Valkyrie said. "I wasn't going to," he said. Valkyrie looked at him. "You were absolutely going to." "I was thinking about it," he admitted. She picked up the sketch. "So we have a plan," she said. "We have a plan," he confirmed. A beat, in which the three of them sat in the records room with the map and the sketch and the knowledge of what was coming, and the specific kind of quiet that settles over people who have done something real together and know it. "I need to go see Frigga," he said. "It's the middle of the night," Valkyrie said. "I know." He stood up. "But she needs to approve this and she'd want to know tonight rather than have it presented to her in the morning as something already decided." He gathered the relevant documents. "She doesn't like being managed." Sif looked at him. "Does she know that you know that about her?" "I think she knows I pay attention," he said. "The specific conclusions I've drawn, probably not." He headed for the door. "Don't go home. I need both of you for the positioning tomorrow. Get some sleep here if you have to." "Here," Valkyrie said, gesturing at the records room. "There's probably a better room in this building," he said, and left, and behind him he heard Valkyrie say something to Sif in an undertone and Sif's quiet response, and the sound of both of them not quite laughing in the specific way of people who are tired and alert and doing something that matters. Frigga was awake. He'd expected that. He hadn't expected to find her at Odin's side in the healing rooms, he'd expected her own chambers, or the study, somewhere with the distance of function between her and the immediate weight of what she was carrying. But she was in the healing rooms, in a chair beside the bed, with a book open in her lap that she wasn't reading. She looked up when he came in, and her expression had the quality of the deep hours, stripped of the daytime layers, simply herself, tired and present. He told her the plan. All of it, the compromised sections, the funnel strategy, the captain's repositioning, the 48-hour estimate. He kept it brief and complete, the way he'd learned to brief people who were both intelligent and short on sleep. She listened without interrupting. Then she looked at the documents he placed on the table beside her. Then she looked at Odin, and something moved across her face that he looked away from, because it was private. "Approved," she said, to the room, to him, to the night. "Thank you," he said. She looked at him. "You came at this hour because you wanted me to have tonight to prepare rather than the morning." "Yes. You could have had the captain act without my approval," she said. "Technically, in a security matter, the Einherjar have standing to act." "Technically," he said. "But you're the regent. This is significant enough that you should know." A pause. "And you're not a person who should be managed." She looked at him for a long moment. And then she said something he hadn't expected, your mother used to say that. Her voice was quiet and careful with it. About herself. I'm not a person who should be managed. She said it to Odin once, in that room. She looked at the door, as though the room she meant was somewhere behind it. He'd arranged something for her without telling her, intending it as a kindness, and she was magnificent about it. A small, complicated smile. She stood in front of him and told him that kindness without agency was simply a different kind of control, and that she was not a person who should be managed, and he agreed with her, eventually, after she'd argued the point for about 20 minutes. The healing room was quiet. Odin's breathing was steady and slow, the deep rhythm of something very far away. What was her name? Naruto asked. Frigga looked at him. Solveig, she said. Her name was Solveig. He held it. Said it in his mind once. Twice. Let it settle into the place where it belonged. She would have. Frigga stopped. Started again. She would have been proud of you. Not of the bloodline, not of the power, of the way you move through this. The choices you make. She met his eyes. She would have recognized you. Yeah, he said, and his voice was the quiet one. Yes. She looked at the document he'd placed on the table. Go. Rest before the morning. He started to leave. At the door, she said, Naruto. He turned. Thank you, she said, for not managing me. He held her gaze for a moment. Then he nodded, and walked out, and the healing room door closed behind him, and the name Solveig traveled with him through the corridor, fitting into the shape of his history like something that had always been looking for that space. Outside, Asgard was dark and silent and entirely unaware of what was being prepared for it. 48 hours, give or take. He went to find a chair in the administrative building and got 3 hours of sleep that were complete and sufficient, because his body had learned to take what it could get, and the morning was going to require everything he had. Chapter 6. The weight of a crown. Thor arrived like Thor always arrived, loudly, with lightning, at the exact moment that would cause the maximum possible disruption to whatever was currently happening. What was currently happening was Naruto's pre-dawn positioning briefing with the Einherjar captains in the war room, which had been going smoothly and precisely until the sky outside the war room's high windows turned white gold and the thunderclap followed 2 seconds later, and everyone in the room either reached for a weapon or looked at the ceiling with the expression of people who had done this before and had feelings about it. Naruto looked at the ceiling. Is that normal? That, said Valkyrie, from beside him, is Thor. He makes thunder when he lands. He makes thunder when he exists, she said. The landing just gives it a direction. The briefing paused while they waited for the inevitable. It took about 4 minutes, which suggested Thor had landed at the bridge and walked at a fast clip rather than a warrior's run, which meant he'd been warned by Heimdall about the general situation rather than arriving completely cold. He came through the war room door already scanning, already assessing, already in motion in that specific physical way that said this was a man for whom stillness was an acquired skill rather than a natural state. He was larger than Naruto had expected. Not taller, they were within an inch of each other, but broader, armor-broad, taking up space with the comfortable confidence of someone who'd never had to learn to make himself smaller. His hair was shorter than the traditional images in the library, and his face had the slightly weathered quality of someone who'd been spending time somewhere with active weather. He stopped when he saw Naruto. Naruto looked back. The war room had the specific quality of a room that is going to let 2 people have a moment and is not going to help. Thor's eyes moved across him, the jacket, the whisker marks, the easy stance, the Einherjar captain standing around a war table that was clearly mid-briefing, the unmistakable impression of someone who was already in charge of something. His brow moved. Not anger, processing. You're him, Thor said. Naruto, Naruto said. The Lost Prince. People keep calling me that, Naruto said. I've been here 6 days. I don't feel particularly lost. Thor blinked. Then something in his face shifted, and the shift was not what Naruto expected, not the political calculation of a firstborn confronting a complication to his succession, not the warriors sizing up, but something more genuine and considerably more disarming. A kind of delighted bewilderment. "You have mother's directness," Thor said. "I've heard that," Naruto said. "And the whisker marks." Thor stepped closer, with the complete absence of personal space awareness that Naruto was starting to understand was simply how he operated. He looked at the marks with the frank interest of someone who had apparently been briefed but had wanted to see for himself. Extraordinary. The old bloodline's mark. He looked at Naruto's eyes. Blue. He stopped. "Like my mother, apparently," Naruto finished. "Yes." Thor straightened. Then, because he was Thor, he put his hand on Naruto's shoulder with the weight of a man who expressed most things physically and said, "Brother." The war room waited. Naruto looked at the hand. Looked at Thor's face, which was completely open and completely sincere, wearing the word brother the way you wear something you've always owned but just found in a drawer. He thought about what that word had meant in his life, the people he'd called brother without the blood to justify it, the bonds he'd built out of shared suffering and shared choice. He thought about what it meant coming from someone he'd known for approximately 40 seconds. "Ask me again in a month," he said. "Once we've actually met." Thor considered this for a moment. Then he laughed, loud and genuine, the laugh of someone who is never surprised to be redirected and never offended by it. "Fair," he said. "Fair." He released Naruto's shoulder. Then he looked at the war table. "Tell me what's happening." "Luffy's moving in the next day or so," Naruto said, turning back to the table. "Sit down." We were mid-briefing. Thor sat. He sat the way he did everything, entirely, without reservation, like the chair had been waiting for him specifically. He looked at the map, at the marked positions, at the 2 sealed barrier sections and the 1 deliberate gap in the north. "You left the north open," he said. "On purpose," Valkyrie said, from across the table. Thor looked at her. Something passed between them that had the texture of 2 people with considerable history deciding, in a single exchange of glances, what their current dynamic was going to be. Whatever they decided, it was fast and without ceremony. "Smart," Thor said, "about the north section." "I thought so," Naruto said. "It's what father would have done," Thor said, and he said it without calculation, just as a statement, and then looked at the table with the expression of someone who's remembered something heavy. "How is he?" The room shifted. Naruto looked at Valkyrie. She looked at him. "You should hear that from Frigga," he said. "She's in the healing rooms." Thor looked at him for a moment, and there it was, underneath the confidence and the thunder and the easy physical presence, something real and scared and not very different from any person who's been told to find their parent in the healing rooms and has not yet seen what they'll find there. "After the briefing," Thor said, and his voice was controlled and steady and cost him something. "Go now," Naruto said. "The briefing can wait 20 minutes. The captains know the main structure. Go." Thor looked at him. "Go," Naruto said, not unkindly. Thor went. The war room door closed behind him, and the captains looked at each other, and Valkyrie looked at Naruto with an expression he was starting to be able to read fluently enough to know it meant that was the right call delivered in a register that didn't say it out loud. He looked back at the map. "Where were we?" Thor returned in 30 minutes, not 20, which said enough about what he'd found in the healing rooms. He sat back down at the war table and looked at the map, and his face was composed in a way that required effort, and nobody mentioned it, and the briefing continued. Thor contributed 3 things in the next hour that were genuinely useful. He knew the North Barrier section's geography better than the maps showed, having flown it regularly, and he had specific intelligence about frost giant combat formations that predated the current planning. He and Naruto worked across the table with the ease of 2 people who happened to think about tactical problems in compatible ways, which neither of them remarked on because there was a briefing to finish. Sif arrived at the second hour, took in Thor's presence with the practiced composure of a person who'd expected this and had decided how to receive it, and sat down and picked up the thread of the conversation without breaking pace. Thor greeted her with the warmth of old friendship and the slight careful quality of someone who understood that warmth and its reception were not always the same thing. They got it done by mid-morning. The plan was sound. Naruto believed it and the captains believed it, and Valkyrie, who had the strategic skepticism of someone who'd survived enough badly planned battles to distrust confidence, had found nothing she could functionally object to. The north section gap was prepared. The warriors were positioned. The scouts were in place to track Luffy's forces' movement. Now they waited. Waiting was, in Naruto's experience, the part that did things to people. It started with Thor in the corridor outside the war room, 2 hours after the briefing, which Naruto was passing through on his way to the library. He nearly walked into the conversation because it was happening around a corner and neither participant was being particularly quiet about it. Cannot simply be here, Sif. The court needs whatever the regent determines it needs, Sif said, and her voice had the specific flat quality it got when she was controlling irritation rather than expressing it. Frigga has approved everything he's done. I don't object to what he's done, Thor said, and his voice was the frustrated version, the one that came when his actual feeling was complicated and the expression of it was coming out adjacent to the real thing. I object to not knowing any of it was happening. I arrive home to find a tactical operation already underway, 3 compromised palace staff already identified, the senior court already briefed on father's condition, the senior court needed to be briefed. I know that. I'm not, Sif. A pause. Is he a threat to father's legacy? To what Asgard is meant to be? Silence for 3 seconds. He has shown no interest in the throne, Sif said. Less than no interest. He said it explicitly. People say things. He says what he means, she said. It takes about 4 hours in his company to understand that. The absence of calculation is disorienting at first. Another pause, and this one had a different quality. You trust him, Thor said. I fought him to a draw in the training yard, she said. I trust very few people. I can't do that to. A long pause. I trust your judgment, Thor said, finally, and the frustration had receded into something more genuine. I need to understand who he is. Not the politics. Who he is. Ask him, she said. He'll tell you. Naruto decided that standing around the corner any longer crossed the line from accidentally overheard to deliberately eavesdropped, which was a line he had opinions about. He went around the corner. Both of them looked at him. He looked at them. Training yard, he said to Thor. You and me. Not a fight, I've already had the fight version today. Just moving. I think better when I'm moving and you look like someone who needs to do something physical before you explode. Thor looked at him for a moment. Then, yes, he said, and his voice had the relief of someone who'd been offered the exact thing they needed without having to figure out how to ask for it. They sparred at half speed, which for both of them was still considerably faster than most people's full speed, and the conversation happened in the gaps. Tell me about Midgard, Naruto said, between exchanges. Which part? The part you went back for. Why you keep going? Thor blocked a combination, turned it into a push, backed off. Because the people there are, he stopped, and the pause was a person finding the honest answer inside the easy one. Because they're mortal. And because of that they do things with their time that we don't. They make things that matter more because they won't last forever. He came forward, and Naruto moved with him, and they worked through a sequence that was more conversation than combat. I met a woman there who taught me more about courage than any battle I've been in. Jane Foster, Naruto said. Thor looked at him. You know about her. Library, Naruto said. Asgard has extensive records. Some of them unofficial. The palace gossips, Thor said, without rancor. Yes. Jane. Something in his face went quiet and complicated and then composed itself. She is remarkable. In the way Midgardian mortals are remarkable. She looks at the universe and sees the questions rather than the limits. You love her. Obviously, Thor said, with the guileless directness of a person for whom this was not a complicated admission. Naruto thought about what it would take to love someone so different from yourself that you had to cross worlds to be near them, and thought about his mother Solveig, who had done exactly that, and thought that apparently it ran in whatever vague collective bloodline Thor and he shared at the distant roots. Your situation is complicated, Thor said, between breaths. Not your fault. But complicated. My situations are always complicated, Naruto said. I'd be suspicious if they weren't. The women, Thor said, with the bluntness of a person who had decided that directness was more respectful than circling. Sif Hela Valkyrie and Mother. Naruto stopped. Mother is not what you think I mean, Thor said quickly, with the expression of someone who has phrased something wrong and knows it. I mean, Mother's feeling. For you. It's not, he ran a hand through his hair. She looks at you the way she looks at things she has decided to be responsible for. Which is not how she looks at most people. He met Naruto's eyes. She cares about you. Not as the lost prince or the bloodline's representative. As you. Naruto was quiet for a moment. I know, he said, and his voice was the specific quiet one. Does that, how do you, I let it be what it is, Naruto said. I don't need to name it or put a structure on it. It's real and it's good and I'll take it. He looked at Thor. I grew up without a lot of people who looked at me the way she does. I'm not going to be suspicious of it. Thor looked at him. And again that disarmed quality, the same expression he'd had when Naruto had declined brother for the 30-day option. Like someone who'd anticipated resistance and found openness and didn't quite know what to do with the relief of it. She kept you a secret, Thor said. For 20 years. She had reasons. He picked up the sparring thread. They weren't good enough but they were real. I know the difference. How? Because I've known people who made bad choices with good intentions, Naruto said, moving into Thor's reach deliberately, testing the guard. And people who made bad choices with bad ones. The first kind you can work with. The second kind you just have to survive. He stepped back. She's the first kind. So is Hela. Thor's movement faltered at the name. Just slightly. Just the fraction of a second that said something true about where his feelings on the topic actually lived. Hela, he said. Is not what she was, Naruto said. Or not only that. She destroyed the Valkyries, Thor said, and his voice was flat with the effort of not letting it be more than flat. She did, Naruto said. That's true and it doesn't go away. But what she is now, what she's choosing to be now, that's also a thing that's happening. You trust her. I trust what I've seen, Naruto said. I trust the interpretation statement she wrote that gave us the legal foundation for closing Luffy's treaty play. I trust that she walked into her mother's rooms and stayed when it was uncomfortable. He looked at Thor. I trust the specific way she looked at Valkyrie across the Great Hall last night and didn't make a move, even though I think she wanted to. Thor was quiet. She looked at Valkyrie. Like someone who knows exactly what they did and is deciding whether they have the right to try to fix it, Naruto said. Which is, that's not a simple thing. That's not the calculation of someone who hasn't changed. They stood in the center of the training yard. The evening had started edging into the sky at the horizon. You arrived 6 days ago, Thor said. 7 now, Naruto said. In 7 days you have, Thor shook his head. I've known these people my entire life. Sif since childhood. Valkyrie for, however long she'd been on Sakar, plus. Mother since before I had a self to know her with. He looked at Naruto. And in 7 days you see them more clearly than, I'm not distracted by history, Naruto said, simply. I only have what's in front of me. That's a limitation and an advantage at the same time. Thor was quiet for a moment. Then he said something that was clearly not what he'd planned to say, which was how the most honest things usually came out. I'm glad you're here, he said. Not because of what you represent. Because of what you are. Naruto looked at him. Ask me again in a month, he said. I might be willing to call you that word back then. Thor's grin was enormous and entirely without self-consciousness. He was, Naruto thought, a genuinely good person in the specific way that some very powerful people manage to be, not performing goodness, not using it strategically, just actually, functionally good in the way a sword is well made, all the way through. A month, Thor agreed. Frigga found Naruto at dusk on the outer wall. He'd come to think of the wall as his thinking place. The combination of height and open air and the view of both the bridge and the city below created something his mind worked well in. She came and stood beside him without preamble, which he'd noticed was how she operated when she wasn't performing Queen. She stopped announcing herself and just showed up, and trusted that the showing up was enough. You spoke with Thor, she said. We sparred. That's how he speaks. She looked at the bridge. What did you make of him? Good, Naruto said. Genuinely. Not complicated by much. He is less complicated than he seems, she agreed. His complications are mostly external. Kingship, legacy, the weight of succession, those things are complicated and he carries them. But the man himself is not. She paused. He was very unsettled when he arrived. He didn't know about Odin. No. She was quiet for a moment. He took it. Thor takes grief the way he takes everything. Completely and immediately and without room for anything else. He sat with his father for an hour and then came out and asked where the war room was. That sounds right, Naruto said. She smiled, and it was a tired smile but a real one. It does, doesn't it? She turned to look at the city below. I wanted to speak with you about something. Tell me. Hela, she said. She and I had a conversation this morning. A real one. Not the careful ones we've been having, but, she paused. She told me she doesn't want the throne. That she never wanted the throne in the way Odin thought she did. Her voice was careful with it. That what she wanted was to not be put away. To be allowed to be what she was without it being treated as a crisis to be managed. Naruto was quiet. She said she spent 10,000 years believing that the only way to matter was to have power, Frigga continued. And that she built her identity around that belief because it was easier than sitting with what she actually wanted, which was, she stopped. Her hand on the wall moved slightly. Which was to come home. Eventually. On her own terms. Does she know you heard it that way? Naruto asked. I told her. Frigga looked at her own hand on the stone. She told me I was being emotionally imprecise. Which is exactly what she would have said at 20. He almost smiled. And what did you say? I told her she was right, and that I was going to be emotionally imprecise about it anyway, and she could manage her reaction to that however she needed to. Frigga looked up. She stayed, she said. She didn't leave. She sat there and let me be imprecise for quite some time. Yeah, Naruto said. That sounds like her. She turned to look at him fully, and her expression was the nighttime one, the stripped of layers one. You are, she said, the person who made that conversation possible. I want you to know that. She made it possible, he said. I just told her the basement wasn't a long-term plan. You do that, she said. You say the simple thing. The thing that's been true all along and that everyone has been stepping around because the simple true thing is the most uncomfortable one. She shook her head slightly. Your mother did that. She would walk into a room where we'd all been discussing something for an hour and say the one sentence that ended the conversation, and she'd say it as if it were obvious, and it was always obvious once she said it. He looked at the bridge. At the rainbow light on the water. At Asgard below, golden and enormous, full of complicated people working very hard at being whatever they decided to be. "Tell me something about her," he said. "Something small. Not important. Just something." Frigga thought about it. She couldn't sit still when she was thinking, she said. She would stand up and walk in circles. Odin found it deeply disruptive. He asked her once to please, when they were in conference, maintain a seated position, and she told him that she thought better moving and he could either have her thinking or her sitting but not both. Naruto laughed, quiet, sudden, completely genuine. She also had a terrible singing voice, Frigga said, and smiled, but she sang constantly. Everywhere. She sang the way some people breathe, without deciding to, without being aware of stopping. He held that. Put it next to the image of his father, who had also been incapable of stillness, who had run across water and rooftops and across the back of a tailed beast just because moving was the thing his body wanted to do. They'd been so alike. His parents. The same fundamental restlessness, the same insistence on going where they went because they chose it. "I'm glad I came here," he said. Frigga looked at him. "Not because of the bloodline or the treaty," he said, "or any of the things that were technically the reason. I'm glad because," he stopped, found the honest version. "Because this is where they were. And I can feel them here, sort of. In the stones and the people and the things that haven't changed." He met her eyes. "I didn't expect to feel that." She looked at him, and her eyes were doing the thing they'd been doing since the throne room when she'd touched the marks on his cheek, too bright, too full, managed and managed and managed until the managing was visibly difficult. "Come here," she said, and it wasn't a command and it wasn't a request and it wasn't the queen and it wasn't anything political, it was just a woman who had been keeping a very old and very heavy thing and needed to put it down, briefly, in a way that required both hands. She held him the way people hold things they thought they'd lost. He let her. He stood on the outer wall of Asgard with his arms around the Queen Mother and the wind coming off the sea hard and the bridge shining in the last of the evening light, and he felt the specific fullness of a wound he hadn't known was open beginning, at its edges, to close. "Okay," he said, after a while. "You're allowed to do that." She stepped back, composed herself with the efficiency of long practice, and looked at him with eyes that were bright but steady. "Thank you," she said, for the second time in the same number of days. "Don't make a habit of thanking me," he said. "It makes me feel like I'm doing it right." "Aren't you?" "Yeah," he said. "But don't tell me that. It makes me complacent." She laughed, genuinely, with her whole face, the kind of laugh that left visible evidence that it had been there. It was, he noted, a very good laugh. He filed it in the same place as all the other things he'd been collecting about her. Hela appeared at his room that night. Not through the window this time. Through the door, which she knocked on, which was so unlike her previous entrances that he opened it already slightly confused. She stood in the doorway looking at him. She was not wearing her usual formal presence, she was wearing something closer to what a person looked like when they'd had a long day and had chosen, consciously, to come to someone's door rather than be alone with it. "Valkyrie spoke to me today," she said. "I know," he said. He didn't, Valkyrie hadn't told him, but Hela's expression confirmed it. "You arranged that," she said. "I didn't." She looked at him. "She just decided to find me." "She decided to find you," he confirmed. "That's what she decided. I didn't touch it." Hela was quiet for a moment. She stopped. "She didn't forgive me," she said, and her voice was precise about it, not wounded, factual. She was very clear that she wasn't forgiving me. But she said, a pause. She said she was tired of carrying the weight of it alone. That the weight was real and it wasn't going to go away, but she was done carrying it in the specific direction of me. That sounds like her, Naruto said. It was honest, Hela said. More honest than I expected. She looked at him. She's remarkable. Yeah, he said. You know she's, Hela stopped. Seemed to decide something. She looks at you the way I look at things I've been trying not to want, she said, in the voice of someone making a very specific and deliberate statement. I wanted you to know that I've noticed. And that another stop. I am not going to be a problem about it. He held her gaze. Hela, don't, she said, quietly. I'm not asking for anything. I'm telling you something that's true so that you know it's been said and we can both proceed with the honesty intact. She met his eyes. You make me want to be better than my worst choices. That is real. I told you that. And what that is, or what it becomes, she looked at the wall beside his door. I'm content to let it be what it's going to be. That's very mature, he said. I'm 10,000 years old, she said, dry as stone. I had better have learned something. He looked at her. Come in, he said. Not, I just don't want to stand in the doorway. Come in and sit down. She came in. She sat in the chair she'd stood by before, at the window, and she looked out at the Asgardian night and the bridge lights and the stars, and he sat on the edge of the bed, and they talked, about Valkyrie and about the treaty and about what Frigga had said to her and about the court and about the North Barrier section and about the Einherjar positioning and about, eventually, the first age of the realms, because she had been alive for it and he was curious about it, and she had the kind of memory that kept things with exact detail across thousands of years. She talked about the first age the way very old people talk about things they saw young, with the texture of lived experience rather than the flatness of record. She described realms that didn't exist anymore and people who'd been greater than their history suggested and battles that had been fought for reasons more complicated than anyone had since admitted. He listened to all of it. He asked questions. She answered them, and the answering clearly did something for her, the specific relief of things that have been kept alone for too long finally finding an audience. It was past the middle of the night before either of them noticed. You should sleep, she said. So should you. I don't require, you came to someone's room at night, he said. Because you had things to say. That's a person who needed company. Go find a room and sleep, Hela. She looked at him. You're very bossy for someone 7 days into knowing me. Bossy is not the right word, he said. What's the right word? Comfortable, he said. I'm comfortable with you. That means I'll tell you what I think without dressing it up. She was quiet for a moment. No one's been comfortable with me, she said, in a very long time. Get used to it, he said. Good night. She went, and the cold went with her, and this time when the room settled back to its normal temperature it felt like something that had been proven rather than assumed. The morning of the 8th day broke with scouts' reports that confirmed what Naruto had estimated. Lao Fei was moving. Not at full strength, not yet, but the forward elements of his force were approaching the outer barrier, and the scouts tracking them put the point of contact at the north section within 6 hours. The weather had shifted in the night, the sky taking on the pale cast that came before frost giant operations, the cold front that moved ahead of them like a herald. The war room assembled at speed, Einherjar captains, Sif, Valkyrie, Thor, Naruto, and Frigga, who walked in and sat at the head of the table in the regent's chair with the absolute quiet of someone who has made their peace with a decision and is now operating from it. They went through the plan once, quickly, without ceremony. Any changes? Naruto asked, at the end. Silence around the table. No one had changes. The plan was what it was. Then we hold the north and we wait, he said. And when they come through, we close the door, Valkyrie said, and her hand on the table was steady and her eyes were already somewhere past the war room, already in the field, already in the place where the Valkyrie inside her had been waiting to go for a very long time. Close the door, Naruto confirmed. Frigga stood. She looked around the table at each of them, one at a time, with the specific queen look that was not performed authority but the real thing, the authority of someone who had held things together through things that would have scattered lesser people, and knew the weight of it, and was prepared to keep carrying it. Bring everyone home, she said. The war room moved. And outside, beyond the golden towers and the rainbow bridge and the ancient barrier whose northern section stood deliberately, strategically open like an outstretched hand, Luffy King led his force forward, patient as ever, certain as ever, entirely unaware that the trap was not the one he thought he'd set. Chapter 7, 9 Tails, 10 Realms. The North Barrier section looked exactly like a gap that nobody had gotten around to fixing. That was the point. Naruto had walked it twice himself in the pre-dawn hours, checking the sight lines, making sure the positioned warriors were invisible from the approach, making sure the seal stones they'd placed on either side of the gap looked like ordinary barrier infrastructure and not like the jaw of something that was about to close. The preparation was detailed and deliberate and looked like nothing at all, which was the hardest kind of preparation to execute. He was satisfied with it. Kurama was not. There are more than the scouts reported, the fox said, when Naruto was crouched in the position he'd chosen, not behind the line with the Einherjar captains but forward of it, in the shadow of a broken section of outer wall where he could see the approach and the gap simultaneously. I can feel the cold. It's not 50. It's closer to 80. 30 more than we planned for, Naruto said quietly. Does that change anything? He thought about it. The choke point at the north section worked on geometry. The gap was wide enough for 6 frost giants abreast, which meant the force had to enter in a column regardless of its total size. 30 more didn't change the geometry. It changed the duration. It means we need the seal to hold longer than planned, he said. And we need to clear the committed force faster. You're going to have to go in early, Kurama said. Before they're fully committed. If 80 come through and we wait for all of them, the Einherjar get overwhelmed before we can close, Naruto said. Yes. I know. He watched the pale cold on the horizon, the specific quality of Jotunheim's front moving ahead of its warriors like a calling card. How far out? An hour. Maybe less. He moved. He found Valkyrie at the seal stones, where she was doing a final check with the precision of someone who had participated in exactly enough operations to know that the final check was not a formality. 80, he said. She looked at him. The scout said 50. Kurama says 80. A pause. You trust that? Completely. She absorbed this without ceremony. We need to go in earlier, she said. Before the column is fully committed. I know. How early can you seal the section? The seal stones respond to a command phrase. The moment I speak it, they close. She looked at the gap. But if I close too early, we trap too few inside and the bulk of the force is still outside with an open return route. We need at least 2/3 committed, he said. So we wait until 50 plus are through the gap, then seal, then engage. Simultaneously, he said. The seal and the engagement have to be simultaneous. If they hear the seal close behind them and we haven't engaged yet, they'll reorganize in the choke point. He looked at her. Can you trigger the seal and fight at the same time? She gave him the look that question deserved. Obviously. Then here's the change, he said. You seal. Sif takes the left. Thor takes the right. I take the center. What am I doing while everyone else takes something? You're everywhere, he said. I need someone who can read the whole field and fill gaps. That's not Sif, she's too committed when she engages. Not Thor, same problem. You're the Valkyrie. You're the person who was trained to manage a battlefield rather than a single engagement. She was quiet for exactly the length of time it took her to decide whether to be offended by the compliment or take it. She took it. Where will you be exactly? Forward, he said. She looked at him. How forward? In the middle of them, he said. A pause. That's not a position, she said. That's a target. It's a position, he said. If I'm in the middle of them, I control where they're looking. Every giant that's focused on me is not focused on the Einherjar closing from the sides. And in the middle of a column in a choke point, nobody's in a good position to deal with someone who can be in 6 places at once. She thought about it. The clones, she said. The clones, he confirmed. 40 of them. Distributed through the column the moment we engage. Every frost giant in the choke point will have something to deal with in every direction simultaneously. That's, she stopped. Started again. That's genuinely good. I have my moments, he said. She looked at him with the expression she got when something he said landed differently than expected, the slight recalibration, the door opening another degree. Don't get killed, she said. The plan falls apart if you're dead. I'm not going to die, he said, with the simple confidence of someone who wasn't being reckless but had a very accurate internal measurement of what they could survive. She held his gaze for a moment. I know, she said. And the way she said it was different from agreeing with his confidence. It was something quieter and more personal, the statement of someone who had assessed the situation and arrived at certainty through their own process. I know you're not. The cold front moved. The sky at the horizon went from pale to white. An hour, he said. Less, she said. They went to their positions. It was 45 minutes. Naruto felt them before anyone saw them, Kurama's awareness spreading through the natural world in all directions like rings from a stone dropped in water, reading the cold and the displacement and the specific quality of frost giant movement, which was different from other large things moving in the way that a predator's movement is different from prey. He relayed what he felt in quiet signals to the 3 Einherjar runners positioned at intervals, 3 taps for imminent contact, 2 for hold position, 1 for seal. The runners carried it back and the line went still. The frost giants came through the gap in a column exactly as the geometry demanded. They were enormous and they were organized and they moved with the efficiency of a force that had done this before, not chaotic raiders, not undisciplined muscle, but a military operation with command structure and clear objectives. Naruto noted it and filed it alongside his existing assessment of Lao Fei as a man who did not do imprecise things. He counted. 30 through. The cold deepened as more followed. 50. The column was still moving. Outside the gap, the back third of the force hadn't entered yet. 60. He looked at Valkyrie's position and found her already looking at him. She raised her hand. 3 fingers. 2. 1. The seal stone spoke with her voice in the old tongue, and the north section of the barrier closed with a sound like the world drawing a breath, a deep resonant closing that went through the stone and the earth and every living thing in range, and the 60+ frost giants in the choke point turned at the sound, and Naruto was already moving. He hit the center of the column like a thrown stone hits water. 40 shadow clones appeared in the same instant, distributed through the column with the specific spatial logic of someone who had spent years thinking about how to be in every place at once, 1 per 3 giants, positioned to obstruct, to distract, to create the maximum number of simultaneous problems in the minimum amount of space. The choke point became, instantly and completely, chaos for everyone inside it who was not Naruto. He wasn't using Sage Mode yet. He didn't need it yet. He moved through the giants at ground level, using their size against them. They couldn't hit him without hitting each other, couldn't organize without taking his clones' interference, couldn't retreat without meeting the sealed barrier behind them. The geometry that Lao Fei had expected to be advantageous, the column, the organized approach, had become its own trap. In an open field, 80 frost giants against Asgard's Einherjar was a significant fight. In a sealed choke point with 40 Narutos distributing chaos in every direction, it was a very different problem. Sif came in from the left. She was extraordinary, he knew that, had known it since the training yard, but knowing it in a controlled setting and seeing it in an actual fight were different scales of the same truth. She fought without waste or sentiment, reading the battlefield at a speed that made her feel like she was 2 seconds ahead of everything happening around her, and she'd been born to this, trained for it, refined herself in it across a lifetime of campaigns. Her sword found angles that shouldn't have been available in the density of the fight. Thor came in from the right and the thunder came with him, genuine and massive, the crack of a god doing what gods do when they stop holding back. Where Sif was precise, Thor was overwhelming, not reckless, but the specific kind of controlled devastation that came from someone who could afford to hit things at full strength because full strength was something the architecture could handle. Valkyrie was everywhere. She was the thing that completed the picture. She moved through the fight with no fixed position, responding to the field as a whole, closing gaps before they opened, turning engagements that were going wrong before they fully went wrong, and doing it all with a speed and intelligence that came from a woman who had been trained to be the shield of a realm and had spent decades keeping that skill sharp through sheer stubborn refusal to let it go. The fight was going the right way. And then the ground shook. Not the small shake of combat impacts. The deep shake, the deliberate shake, the shake that came from something significant approaching the outer barrier. The closed north section. The remaining 20, Kurama said, and his voice had a quality that was new, not alarm. Kurama didn't alarm, but a heightened attention. And something else. Something with them. Something with them like what, Naruto said, between strikes, redirecting a frost giant's arm and using its own momentum to take it into the wall. Something old, Kurama said. The way the temple seals were old. The kind of old that comes from before the current age. Naruto came out of the choke point. He didn't retreat, he stepped up, literally, landing on top of the nearest frost giant with a chakra-enhanced jump that put him above the level of the fight and gave him a clear line of sight to the barrier. The 20 remaining giants were at the barrier from outside. That much was visible. What was with them was not visible, it was creating visibility problems, in fact, affecting the quality of light and shadow around it in a way that cold shouldn't affect light. He looked at it for 1 second. Then he let Sage Mode arrive. The full arrival of Sage Mode in Naruto was not a gradual thing. It was a state change, the moment when the natural world's awareness poured into him like a river finding its level, and everything that had been sharp before became entirely clear, and everything that had been clear became something beyond clarity, a full-body understanding of the environment and everything in it that didn't work through the usual senses but worked through something older and more fundamental. He felt the thing at the barrier. It was a binding, a construct, old and enormously powerful, woven into an object that the 20 remaining giants were carrying. A weapon that Lao Fei had apparently been keeping in reserve. The binding was keyed to specific ancient powers, designed, Naruto understood in the way Sage Mode understood things, to suppress. To suppress what it recognized. To suppress the 9 tails. He had approximately 4 seconds before the 20 remaining giants breached the sealed barrier with the construct active. He jumped off the frost giant's shoulder, landed between the fight behind him and the barrier in front, and said, internally, with the directness he used for things that were serious, Kurama. The fox was already there. Already present in the way Kurama was present when something was coming that required him, fully, without reservation, every tail and every measure of 9-tailed power arrayed and ready. I felt it, Kurama said. Ancient suppression construct. Jotunheim made, Prius Guardian. It's keyed to fox energy specifically. Will it work? A pause, which from Kurama was not reassuring. If it completes its activation sequence. Yes. How long does it take to activate? 30 seconds from barrier breach. How long to breach? 10. Naruto did the math. What happens if I meet it before it activates? Define meet it. Hit it, Naruto said. Directly. Full output. The construct is designed to absorb and redirect Fox Chakra, Kurama said. It's why Jotunheim made it. Against a normal 9-tails host, it would work. But you're not using Fox Chakra alone, Kurama said, and his voice had something that was not quite pride but lived in pride's neighborhood. The sage energy is natural world energy. Pre-elemental. The construct was not designed for the combination. So if I hit it before it activates, the sage energy will break the construct before the fox suppression can sequence, Kurama said. It'll shatter it. Explosively. How explosively? Considerably. Are our people clear of the blast radius? If you do it at the barrier, yes. The choke point is 40 meters back. Okay, Naruto said. Then I need you. I know, Kurama said. And there was nothing else in those 2 words, no hesitation, no negotiation, no calculation of cost. Just certainty. Just the specific weight of 2 beings who had started as enemies and become something that didn't have a word, deciding together to do the necessary thing. The barrier cracked. Frost giants with a construct that glowed blue-white and cold and wrong in the way that things are wrong when they are very powerful and being used with intent pushed through. Naruto was already there. And Kurama's chakra came. All of it. Not the measured amounts he used in combat, not the partial access that was their everyday arrangement. The full 9 tails, every measure of every tail, the power that had leveled mountains and moved oceans in the age before seals, the power that was old enough to remember when Asgard's foundation stones were being laid, all of it, flowing into him and through him not in opposition but in partnership, the way a river flows through the landscape it has spent years learning the shape of. The whisker marks burned gold. His eyes changed, not just the orange ring but the full shift, the orange irises with the vertical slits that meant Kurama was fully present and fully here and not a passenger but a participant. The chakra cloak appeared, golden and enormous and shaped vaguely like a fox because some things were simply what they were, and it rose 6 stories into the Asgardian sky and the natural world for 40 kilometers in every direction felt something arrive and paid attention. The 9 tails stood on Asgard's northern border. And Kurama said, with the voice he used when he spoke externally, the deep, resonant, ancient voice that made the ground vibrate, remember us. The construct's activation sequence reached for the fox chakra and found the sage energy meeting it first. The explosion was, as Kurama had predicted, considerable. The barrier section, already compromised, vaporized. The 20 frost giants were thrown backward with enough force to relocate them a substantial distance across the Jotunheim side landscape. The construct itself lasted approximately 1/3 of a second before the sage energy found every seam in its architecture and the seams stopped being seams. The sound was significant. In the choke point, the 60-plus frost giants who had been very occupied with the fight suddenly had a new thing to process, the sensation of a 9-tailed fox's chakra at full output, which was not a sensation that any living being processed calmly. The frost giants had about enough time to experience the specific fear of something too large to fight before the Einherjar and Sif and Valkyrie and Thor used the moment of absolute stillness that fear creates. It was over in 4 minutes. Not cleanly, fights were never clean, but completely. When the last giant was down and the choke point was quiet and the only sounds were the wind and the settling stone and the specific exhausted breathing of warriors who have been inside something difficult and are now outside it, Naruto let the chakra recede. It went slowly, Kurama pulling back the way tide pulls back, without drama, without the disorientation that full release used to cause. That part had changed over years. He could hold it and release it cleanly now, the way you handle something you've learned the weight and balance of. He was standing at what had been the North Barrier section, which was now a wide arc of scorched and cleared ground. The morning sky above it was doing something interesting with the light. The sage energy had apparently affected the local atmospheric conditions in a way that was producing a faint iridescence in the clouds, like the Bifrost had briefly visited the weather. Footsteps behind him. He turned. Valkyrie was the first to reach him, and she stopped 6 feet away with her sword still in her hand and blood on her armor that wasn't hers and an expression that he didn't have language for. It was the expression of someone who has just watched something happen that reordered their understanding of scale. The construct, she said. You felt it before it activated. Kurama felt it, he said. I just moved. The cloak, she said. The full chakra. I've seen, she stopped. I've seen frost giant war beasts. I've seen Surtur's fire demons. I've seen Hela. She looked at him. I've never seen anything move the way that moved. Are you okay? He asked. She blinked. I'm not the one who just, you have blood on your left side that could be a through and through from the wound angle, he said. Are you okay? She looked down at her side. Pressed her fingers to it. Winced, which was more honest than she usually was about being hurt. Glancing hit, she said. It's fine. Let me see. It's fine. Valkyrie. She looked at him with the specific expression of someone who is deciding whether to keep arguing or admit that someone giving a damn is not actually the problem it's being treated as. She lifted the edge of her armor. It was not a glancing hit. It was a real one, and it had missed something serious by not enough, and it would need the healing rooms and it needed them soon. He put his hand over it. Chakra-mediated healing wasn't his specialty the way it was for Sakura, but he had enough knowledge and enough chakra to stabilize something until proper treatment was available. The warm gold spread from his palm and she watched it with the expression of someone who knows they should object and has run out of reasons. Thank you, she said, finally. Don't make a habit of getting stabbed, he said. I make a habit of not getting stabbed, she said. Occasionally reality has a different idea. He removed his hand. The wound was stable. She would need the healing rooms but she was not in immediate danger. She looked at his hand and then at his face, and something in her expression had completed a journey it had been on since the kitchen on day 2. Hey, she said. Hey, he said back. I've been, she stopped. Started again with the frankness she defaulted to when the careful version wasn't working. I told myself I wasn't competing, she said. That I didn't have a stake in whatever, she gestured at the general situation. But that was a lie I was telling to a mirror that knew better. He looked at her. I don't do this, she said. I don't, whatever this is. I'm very bad at it and I have a long history of being bad at it and I would like it noted that I'm being bad at it right now in real time. You're not being bad at it, he said. I knocked Sif's tea over this morning because I was distracted. That's endearing. It was very undignified, she said. Valkyrie. He stepped toward her and she held her ground, which was both the bravest and most typically her thing she'd done all morning. He put his hand on the side of her face, briefly, the specific light contact of someone making a point rather than a declaration. I know, he said. I've known. I've just been waiting to see what you were going to do with it. She stared at him. You were waiting. Patiently. You've been here 8 days. 7, technically, at the start of this morning. That's not patient, that's just, recent, she said, slightly outraged. And then, in spite of herself, in spite of the blood and the battlefield and the scorched earth around them and the outrage, she laughed. Short and real and entirely undefended. He smiled, and it was the eye's first one that she'd noted on day 2 and had been cataloging the specific qualities of ever since. We'll talk, he said. After the healing rooms. After the healing rooms, she agreed. Thor found him at the barrier arc. The god of thunder stood at the edge of the scorched ground and looked at the shape of what the chakra release had left, and his expression was the same one that had been on Valkyrie's face, the reordering of scale, but with Thor it sat alongside something that was specifically fraternal. I felt that from the choke point, Thor said. The whole earth shook. Kurama said it would be considerable, Naruto said. Considerable. Thor looked at the arc. The cloud cover for 40 kilometers has developed a rainbow iridescence. I'll apologize to the Einherjar's laundry, Naruto said. Thor's laugh was enormous and immediate, the laugh of someone who had been very tense and had found the release valve. You're extraordinary, he said, and said it like stating a weather condition, factual and without agenda. The combination is extraordinary, Naruto said. I'm just the arrangement. No. Thor shook his head. I've seen powerful things. I've held Mjolnir since I was 8 years old. I know the difference between power and the person who carries it. He looked at Naruto directly. The way you used it, precisely. Targeting the construct before activation, considering the radius, protecting the people behind you. He paused. That's not power. That's judgment. Naruto looked at the horizon, where the iridescent clouds were doing their atmospheric thing. I almost went too soon, he said. If Kurama hadn't felt it 30 seconds out, but he did, Thor said. Because you built that relationship. That's not luck. That's years of a specific kind of work. He put his hand on Naruto's shoulder again, the same gesture from the war room, but it landed differently now, weighted with something earned. I won't wait the month, he said. I've decided. Naruto looked at him. You're my brother, Thor said. Simply. Completely. Without the previous uncertainty. I would be proud to call you that. He met Naruto's eyes. If you'll allow it. Naruto was quiet for a moment. Yeah, he said. All right. Thor's face did the thing it did when he was genuinely moved, the unguarded openness, the complete absence of performance. He didn't say anything else. He put his arm around Naruto's shoulder and stood beside him looking at the horizon, and they were there for a moment just as two people who had found each other at the end of something difficult. Sif found him at the healing rooms, which was where he was waiting for Valkyrie's treatment to finish. She sat beside him in the corridor without preamble. They sat in the clean corridor quiet for a moment. You're not going to ask me if I'm all right, she said. You're always all right, he said. It's one of your things. It's a discipline, she said. Not a thing. Both, he said. She looked at her hands. They were clean, she'd washed them, but the knuckles had the specific redness of a fight conducted at full commitment. The chakra release, she said. I felt it change the air. 30 meters away. Sorry about that. Don't apologize, she said, quickly and with feeling. It solved the problem. It was the right thing. She paused. I want to ask you something. Ask. The four of us, she said, and her voice was precise in the way it was when she was saying something that had been carefully constructed before delivery. Hela and Valkyrie and me. And Frigga. She stopped. You've given something to each of us. Different things. But something real. He looked at her. Yes. What I want to ask is whether you know what you want from it. Not from us separately, from all of it. She met his eyes. Because you're a person who gives clearly and it's worth asking whether you know where you're giving from. He looked at the healing room door. Thought about the question seriously, because it deserved it, because Sif asked questions with a sharp edge that separated the true answer from the convenient one if you were honest enough to let it. I don't think I've been giving consciously, he said. I see people. What they need and what they're carrying. I respond to it. It's always been how I work. I know, she said. That's not the question. He was quiet for a moment. The question is whether I'm making choices, he said. Or just responding. Yes. He thought about Hela in the library. Valkyrie in the market at dawn. Frigga on the wall. Sif in the training yard, hand coming off her sword because her judgment won over her training. He thought about all of it, not as a calculation but as a landscape he'd been moving through for 8 days, learning its geography. I know what I want, he said. I think I've known for a few days. He looked at her. I wanted to make sure I knew it because it was true and not because I was responding to things. And now you're sure. Almost, he said. There's one more thing I need to say to someone. And then yes. Sure. She held his gaze. Is that someone me? No, he said. But what I want to say to you is this. He turned to face her fully. You fought like that today. The way you fought, I watched you for 2 minutes from above the choke point. You were extraordinary. You've said that. I'm saying it again because it matters differently now, he said. Because I wasn't watching you as a fighter. I was watching you as, he chose the word carefully. As mine. And that's different. The corridor was very quiet. Sif looked at him with the expression she'd been managing all week, the door that had been opening degrees at a time. It was, at this moment, fully open. I'm not manageable, she said. I know. I won't adjust my fighting style for any, I know, he said. I don't want you to. She was quiet. Then, okay, she said. Just that. The same word he'd given Frigga on their first real conversation, carrying the same weight, acceptance without performance. The healing room door opened and Valkyrie came out, moving carefully but independently, which was Valkyrie's relationship with medical instructions in a nutshell. She looked at them both in the corridor. Her eyes moved between them with the intelligence of a person who reads situations quickly. Am I interrupting something? No, Sif said. We were waiting for you, Naruto said. Valkyrie looked at him. At Sif. At him again. Right, she said, in the tone of someone who has assessed the situation and has several things to say about it and is choosing which one to lead with. We're going to need to talk, she said. I know, he said. All of us, she said. And Hela. And, she paused. This is a complicated situation. I'm good with complicated, he said. I know you are, she said. That's partially the problem. He went to find Hela. She was where he'd suspected she'd be, not the basement anymore, but the library, the secondary one, sitting in the chair that had become, in the last several days, recognizably hers. She was reading something and she looked up when he came in with the calm of someone who had felt him coming and had been waiting without wanting to appear like she'd been waiting. The construct is destroyed, she said. Yeah. I felt Karama from here, she said. Half the palace did. The iridescent clouds are going to require an explanation to the general population. We'll say it was a weather phenomenon, he said. Asgard's meteorologists are going to have opinions. They'll manage. He sat across from her. Hela. She looked at him. Something in his face, she read it, she was extraordinarily good at reading things, it was 10,000 years of practice in reading endings and beginnings. You've decided something, she said. Several things, he said. I want to tell you one of them. She waited. I'm not leaving Asgard, he said. Not immediately. Not for a long time. He met her eyes. I'm connected to this place. Through blood, through the people here, through what happened in the last 8 days. I tried to stay unattached and it didn't work because some things are real whether you decide them or not. And the treaty question, she said. Lao Fei is defeated today, but not gone. He'll regroup. I'll deal with Lao Fei, he said. Not with a battle, with the treaty interpretation you documented. His legal position is gone. He knows it now. Whatever he does next, it'll be from a weaker position. He looked at her. But that's not what I wanted to tell you. She was very still. What you said in my room, he said. About not being a problem. About letting it be what it's going to be. He held her gaze. I want you to know that I see you. Not the reputation, not the goddess, not the thing Asgard exiled, you. And what I see is someone I want near me. A pause. Whatever that means in practice. Whatever shape it takes. I want you near me. The library was completely quiet. Hela looked at him for a long moment, and the thing that moved in her eyes was not careful anymore. It moved the way things move when they've stopped being careful, when the long cold has finally, genuinely, irrevocably given. "You are," she said, "the most inconvenient person to have existed in the last 10,000 years. "So I've heard," he said. "I'm serious," she said, and her voice was the thinnest he'd ever heard it, not weak, just honest without armor. "I built walls with very specific architecture. They were excellent walls. Very durable." "Were," he said. She looked at him. "Were," she confirmed. He reached across the table and put his hand over hers, and her hand was cold and absolutely still, and then it turned over and held his, and the cold receded slightly, not gone, but moderated, the way cold moderates in the presence of something that brings its own warmth. "I'm not going to rush any of this," he said. "Any of it, you, Sif, Valkyrie, all of it. It's going to go the way it goes. I'm not managing it. Most people would find the situation you're in impossible to navigate without managing it," she said. "I'm not most people." "No," she said. "You're not." She looked at their joined hands. "I would have been your enemy once," she said. "In another version of this." "We're not in that version," he said. "No," she said. "We're in this one." She looked up at him. "This one is considerably better." From inside him, Kurama said nothing. He simply radiated the specific warmth of a very ancient creature that had seen 10,000 years of history and had learned, somewhere in the middle of it, that the most interesting moments were always the small ones. The war room that evening had a different quality than any that had come before it. Frigga stood at its head, and her regent's authority was settled and certain and no longer provisional. Thor was beside her. The Einherjar captains reported in order. The northern barrier section would be repaired, properly this time, with warriors who had been vetted and seal stones that would be checked weekly. The compromised staff had been identified and were being handled with the specific careful justice of a regent who believed in consequences but not in excess. Laufey's force was back across the Jotunheim border. His legal position, with Hela's interpretation on the formal record, was functionally void. He was not finished, Naruto knew that, but he was finished for now, and for now was enough. Naruto sat at the table and listened to the reports and thought about tomorrow. About the conversation that needed to happen, the four of them, and Frigga, and what shape things were going to take going forward. About the letter he was going to write to Konoha, to Kakashi and Sakura and the people who mattered there, telling them where he was and that he was well and that he'd explain in person when he could. About Lao Fei, who was patient and would try again in a different way, and what that different way would look like. About his mother Solveig, who had stood in this city and loved it and loved what she left it for with equal commitment, and who had given him, without knowing it, the capacity to hold two homes in the same heart without diminishing either. About Kurama, who had been with him through all of it, every version of it, every world and every fight and every moment of genuine connection, and who was resting now in the deep comfortable way of something that has spent itself completely on something worth spending on. "You did good today," Naruto said, internally, quietly. A pause. The warmth of something enormous being briefly small. "We did," Kurama said. "Yeah," Naruto thought. "We did." Outside the war room's high windows, Asgard was lit against the night in gold, and the iridescent clouds that Kurama's full power had made were slowly clearing, and the stars behind them were the kind of stars that only appear in the sky of a realm that knows it survived something and is glad of it. The 9 realms had felt the 9 tails tonight. And the 9 tails had felt, for the first time in their long and complicated partnership, what it was like to fight for something that was also home. Chapter 8, Where Gold Meets Foxfire. 3 days after the battle at the North Barrier, Lao Fei sent a letter. Not an emissary. Not a construct. Not a formal invocation of ancient treaty clauses. A letter, written in his own hand, in the old tongue, sealed with the Jotunheim royal mark, the kind of communication that said I am speaking as a person, not as a position, which was, Naruto thought, the most interesting thing Lao Fei had done yet. He read it twice in the kitchen, which remained the best place for reading things that required actual thinking. The cook had stopped pretending not to notice him and had started leaving a cup of tea at the corner of the counter when he arrived, which was its own kind of recognition. The letter said, in the precise formal register of the old tongue, that Lao Fei acknowledged the legal interpretation. That Hela's document was unimpeachable, and he had known it would be when she signed it, because he knew her scholarship, and he had proceeded anyway because he had not believed, until the North Barrier, that Naruto would fully commit to Asgard's defense. He said this without apology and without evasion, which Naruto respected. He said that his people needed the treaty renegotiated, not dissolved, not weaponized, but genuinely revisited, because the current terms had been written in an age when Jotunheim had more leverage and had been revised in subsequent ages as that leverage declined, and what remained was a document that benefited Asgard structurally in ways that the original accord had never intended. He said that he was willing to talk. He said, at the end, in a line that stood somewhat apart from the formal language around it, "The lost prince is more than his bloodline suggests. I regret that the manner of my approach did not reflect that." Naruto set the letter down and drank his tea. "Well," said Kurama. "Yeah," said Naruto. "He's not wrong about the treaty," Kurama said. "I've read the foundation stone. The original terms were genuinely balanced. What exists now is not. I know. This doesn't obligate you to anything. I know that too." He turned the cup in his hands. "But it might be the right thing anyway." A pause, warm and considering. "You're going to talk to him?" "Eventually." He picked up the letter. "First I'm going to deal with the thing I've been putting off for 3 days." "The conversation," Kurama said, with the tone of an entity that had been patiently waiting for this specific word. "The conversation," Naruto confirmed. He found them separately first. Valkyrie he found in the training yard at dawn, running drills with the intensity of someone who had been cleared by the healing rooms the previous day and was making up for lost time. Her wound had closed cleanly. Asgardian healers were good at their work, and Naruto's initial stabilization had apparently made their job significantly easier, which the lead healer had mentioned with the careful professional acknowledgement of someone recognizing a technique they didn't entirely understand. He watched her from the yard's edge for a moment, then walked in. She stopped when she saw him. Lowered her sword. Looked at him with the wariness of someone who has been waiting for a thing and has developed complicated feelings about the waiting. "I want to say something," he said. "You've been saying things for 3 days," she said. "Other things. To other people. I've been waiting." "I know. I'm sorry." She blinked. "You're apologizing." "For the delay," he said. "You deserved the conversation sooner. I was managing the sequencing." He met her eyes. "Which you told me on day 2 was the thing you objected to. Being managed." She stared at him. "You were managing the conversation." "Trying not to," he said. "Doing it anyway, apparently." The honesty of it, the specific candor of someone admitting they did the thing they said they wouldn't, landed visibly. She let out a breath. "Okay," she said. "You're forgiven. Don't do it again." She looked at him with the directness that was her best quality. "Talk." "I meant what I said outside the healing rooms," he said. "What I know is real between us is real. It's not going away, and I'm not pretending it isn't there." He paused. "But I also want to say something that I haven't said to you yet, specifically." She waited. "You've been carrying the Valkyries alone," he said. "The weight of them, the legacy, the grief of being the one who came out. And in the last 10 days I've watched you put down pieces of that weight and pick up new things, the fight, the strategy sessions, the conversation with Hela, the way you are with the junior Einherjar when you think no one's watching." He held her gaze. "You're rebuilding something. I don't think you've fully named it yet." She was very still. "The Valkyries," he said. "The Order. It doesn't have to be gone. You're here. You're the whole tradition in one person. That's not the end of it, that's the seed of it. She looked at him for a long moment, and her face did something he'd never seen it do. It went through its defenses entirely, past the dry and the sardonic and the carefully maintained distance, into something unguarded that had the specific quality of a person receiving something they'd stopped believing was available. I can't rebuild it alone, she said. You don't have to, he said. You have an entire realm. She looked at the training yard. At the space around her. At the sky above Asgard, where the last traces of the iridescent clouds were finally gone and the day was coming in clean and direct. I need to think about that, she said. Take your time. She looked back at him. The other part, she said. Us. Yes. I'm not easy, she said. I want that established clearly. I'm difficult and I drink and I have significant unresolved historical trauma and I disappear into myself when things get bad and I'm terrible at asking for things. I know, he said. You've known me 10 days. I'm a fast study. She stared at him. You're impossible. Valkyrie. He stepped toward her, and she held her ground as she always did, and he stopped 2 feet away. I know. And I'm not asking for perfect. I'm asking for real. He met her eyes. Are you real? The question sat between them. Disgustingly, she said. He smiled, and she looked at it with the expression of someone who has made peace with the fact that a smile is going to continue having an unreasonable effect on them regardless of their feelings about the situation. Okay, she said. We'll figure it out. We will, he agreed. She picked up her sword. Go have your other conversations, she said, returning to her drills with the deliberate practicality of someone closing a chapter to make room for the next one. I'll be here. I know, he said, and left. Sif was in the library. This surprised him slightly, not because she was unintelligent, she was extraordinarily intelligent, but because the library wasn't somewhere he'd found her before. She was at one of the main tables, and the books around her were not history or strategy but something older, the genealogical texts, the ones that mapped the old bloodlines and their connections across the 9 realms. She looked up when he came in. She'd known he was coming, she always seemed to know when he was approaching, which he'd decided was either a combat instinct or something more specific to him, and wasn't going to examine too closely. Sit, she said. He sat. I've been reading about your bloodline, she said, with the directness that was her native register. Specifically about what the Arbiter bloodline represented in the pre-Asgardian era. She turned a book toward him. They weren't passive figures. The historical record, what survives of it, suggests they were active participants in the structure of the 9 realms. Mediators in a genuine sense. Not neutral, but committed to the health of the whole system rather than any single part. He looked at the text. At the repeated figure from the foundation carvings, appearing in manuscript illuminations now, slightly different rendering but the same marks, the same presence. You've been thinking about this since the battle, he said. I've been thinking about it since the foundation stone, she said. But the battle clarified something. She looked at him. Laufey's letter arrived this morning. I know because the palace is incapable of keeping correspondence private for more than 6 hours. Her eyes were direct and serious. You're going to talk to him. Yes. And you're going to push for a genuine renegotiation of the treaty. Yes. She nodded, once, like something confirmed. That's not what a prince of Asgard does, she said. That's what an arbiter does. He looked at her. You've been trying to figure out what you are to this place, she said. Prince, lost heir, bloodline representative. Those are Asgard's categories and they don't fit you. She closed the book. But arbiter fits. It's what the bloodline was built for. It's what you've been doing since you landed, not taking sides, not accepting the position any single faction wanted to give you, but moving through it all and trying to find what's actually right. She met his eyes. That's the job. And you're already doing it. He was quiet for a moment. You worked that out, he said. I've had 3 days, she said. And I'm good at working things out. Yeah, he said. You are. He looked at the book, at the figure with the marks. Arbiter. It gives you standing that doesn't depend on the throne, she said. It gives you a reason to be in every room without belonging to any faction's agenda. It's independent in a way that Prince isn't. She paused. And it's what you actually want. How do you know what I want? Because I fought you in the training yard, she said simply. I know how you move. I know what you're protecting and what you're reaching for. She held his gaze. You want to help. Not rule. Not possess. Help. She tilted her head. And you want to do it without anyone owning the help. He looked at her for a long moment. You're extraordinary, he said. I know, she said, and it wasn't arrogance, it was the same simple fact stating she'd used since the bridge. I want to say something to you, she continued, that I've been organizing. Say it. I told you in the training yard that standing next to you felt like not having to adjust, she said. That was true and I stood by it. But I want to add something to it. She straightened, with the posture of someone who has decided to commit completely to what they're saying and is not going to perform uncertainty they don't feel. I've stood beside a lot of people. Warriors, captains, kings. I've respected many of them. I've trusted fewer. She met his eyes. I don't give trust easily and I don't take it back without reason, and once it's given completely. A pause. It's given. He held her gaze. I know, he said. I've known since you took your hand off your sword outside Hela's corridor. Something crossed her face, the door again, fully open. That obvious? To me, he said. She reached across the table and put her hand over his, a precise and deliberate gesture, Sif in everything she did, and said, then we understand each other. Completely, he said. She withdrew her hand with the same precision she'd extended it. Go find Hela, she said. She's been pretending to read in the secondary library for 2 hours. You knew she was waiting. Hela is extremely bad at waiting, Sif said. She goes very still and very cold and thinks that constitutes patience. It doesn't. He stood. At the door, he stopped. Sif. She looked up. The genealogical texts, he said. Keep reading them. There's something in the Arbiter history that connects to the Lao Fei conversation and I think you'll find it before I do. She looked at him for a moment with the expression she reserved for things that were correct and that she hadn't expected. Then she turned back to the books. He left. Hela was, as Sif had predicted, in the secondary library. She was sitting in her chair by the window, with a book open that she was clearly not reading, and when he came in she looked up with the composure of someone who has been pretending composure for 2 hours and is aware of the pretense. You've been busy, she said. Talking to people, he said. In a specific order, she said. I was last. You were last because you're the most patient, he said, sitting across from her. She looked at him with the expression that meant she was deciding whether to object. That's flattery. That's accuracy, he said. Valkyrie was going to combust if I made her wait another hour. Sif was going to find the answer to the Arbiter question herself and not tell me out of spite. Hela's mouth curved, the not-quite smile that had been appearing with increasing frequency in the last 10 days. Sif found the Arbiter connection. She did. Did you? I found it 4 days ago, Hela said, without particular pride, just stating a timeline. I was waiting to see how long it took everyone else. She closed the not-reading book. Arbiter is the correct framing. It gives you legal standing under the old compact that supersedes Asgardian succession law. You don't need the throne and the throne doesn't need to accommodate you, you exist in a parallel category that the current political structure doesn't have good language for, which is exactly where you should be. You're not bothered that I'm not taking the throne, he said. Not a question. I'm the last person in this realm who should be bothered about throne arrangements, she said, with the dry precision of someone making an observation about their own history from a safe distance. Besides, she looked at him. A throne would be the wrong shape for you. You're not a fixed point. You're a moving one. Laufey's letter, he said. I know about the letter, she said. The palace's information management continues to be optimistic about itself. She met his eyes. You should talk to him. You think so? He's not wrong about the treaty, she said. And he's not wrong that his people have a legitimate grievance. He handled it catastrophically, but the grievance underneath the catastrophe is real. She looked at the window. I've watched what happens to realms when legitimate grievances go unaddressed for long enough. It doesn't end well for anyone. Would you be in the room, he said. When I talk to him. She looked at him sharply. Your scholarship, he said. The interpretation document. The old tongue. And the fact that you have standing under the original compact that no one currently alive can match. He held her gaze. I need someone in that room who knows the material the way you know it and who Lao Fei will have to take seriously. She was quiet. You're asking me to be useful, she said, and there was something in her voice that was testing the word the way you test ice before you step on it. I'm asking you to be yourself, he said. You've been useful since the basement. That part isn't new. She looked at him for a moment, and then the thing that moved in her eyes moved again, the deep slow shift that he'd come to recognize as Hela processing something she wanted and being careful with the wanting. There's something I want to say, she said. Say it. She set the book aside. Folded her hands on the table in the precise way she organized herself when she was being deliberate. I spent 10,000 years, she said, defining myself by power. By what I could take and what I could end and what I ruled. It was the only framework I had, because it was the only framework anyone offered me. She looked at her own hands. And then in 10 days I've been in a library and a basement and a corridor and a training yard and my mother's rooms and a war room and I've been, she paused. Useful. Specifically, genuinely useful, in ways that didn't require anyone to be afraid of me. She looked up at him. I forgot that was possible. He said nothing. You reminded me, she said. That I was more than my worst choices. That what I could do with knowledge and language and understanding was worth as much as what I could do with power. A pause. I wanted you to know that isn't a small thing. I know, he said. It changed something, she said. In how I see the next, however long I have. What I want from it. She met his eyes. I want to be in the room, she said. For the Lao Fei conversation and whatever comes after. Not hiding in a basement and not destroying things from a distance. She paused. I want to be in the room. Then be in the room, he said. It's that simple. She looked at him. You make everything sound simple. It's usually not, he said. But the decision usually is. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, in the quieter register he'd learned to pay attention to, what you said 3 days ago. That you wanted me near you. Yes. I've been thinking about what that means, she said. In practice. Given, she gestured, encompassing herself, her history, the complicated fact of being Hela. Given everything. And, he said. And I think, she said, carefully, that near is a good place to start. Near doesn't have to be categorized or contained. Near is just, present. Consistently present. She met his eyes. I'm good at present. I've been doing it for 10,000 years. Near is exactly right, he said. She nodded. Then, with the composure of someone who has said the true thing and is now moving forward from it, we should talk to Frigga about the Lao Fei meeting. She'll want to be involved in the structure of it. After, he said. She raised an eyebrow. After what? He reached across the table, the same gesture he'd made 3 days ago, and she looked at his hand and then at his face and then she put her hand in his, cold and deliberate and choosing it fully. After this, he said, and he didn't do anything more than hold her hand at the table in the secondary library with the morning light coming in the window, which was, he'd found, often enough. More than enough. The thing itself rather than the performance of the thing. She looked at their joined hands. You're very simple, she said, but she said it the way you say something true that has surprised you into liking it. Little bit, he said. Frigga was in the healing rooms. Not for herself, she was there the way she'd been there every day since Naruto had arrived, sitting in the chair beside Odin's bed with the quiet faithfulness of someone who does not leave. He knocked on the open door and she looked up and the expression on her face was the tired one, the stripped one, the one she kept for the middle of the day when the performance of being steady had been running long enough to thin. Sit, she said. He sat beside her. For a while they didn't talk. They sat in the healing room with the sound of Odin's steady breathing and the quality of light that healing rooms always had, filtered and careful, as though light itself understood that some spaces required it to be gentle. He's the same, she said, eventually. I know. The healers think, she stopped. Started again. They think there's movement. Not waking. But, underneath the sleep. Something. She looked at Odin's face, at the lines of it, the long familiar geography of a face she'd been looking at for longer than most civilizations had existed. I've been talking to him, she said. Every day. I tell him what's happening. A pause. I told him about you. Naruto looked at her. I told him about the training yard, she said, and the emissary, and the barrier battle. I told him about Hela. Her voice was careful on that name the way it was always careful. He'd want to know. Regardless of his choices regarding her, he'd want to know she was here. She was quiet. I think part of why he's still here is because things are still unresolved. He's stubborn in his sleep the way he was stubborn awake. Naruto almost smiled. I told him, Frigga said, that you reminded me of Salvague. She looked at Naruto. And then I told him something else. He waited. I told him I was sorry, she said. For my part in what happened to you. To both of you, you and Salvague. The hiding, the silence, the 20 years of distance. She looked at her hands. I told him I understood why, at the time, we made the choices we made. And I told him that understanding a choice and being at peace with its cost are different things, and I was not at peace. She met Naruto's eyes. And that you were here and you were remarkable and that if he woke up he would see it himself. He was quiet. I needed to say that to you directly, she said. Not in a healing room speech to a sleeping man. To you. You've been saying it, he said. Since the throne room. Every conversation. I know. She looked at him. But I wanted to say it without managing how it was received. Just say it plainly. She straightened. I'm sorry. For the time lost. For the choices that cost you a history you deserve to have. A pause. And I'm glad, profoundly glad, that you're here now. He looked at her for a moment. At the Queen Mother sitting in the healing room in the middle of the day, without her court face or her regent's bearing, just a woman who had spent 40 years holding a great many things and was putting one of them down with both hands. I know, he said. I've known since you touched the marks on my face in the throne room. He met her eyes. And I want to say something back, plainly. She waited. You're good at this, he said. At holding things. At keeping this place and these people and all their complications from flying apart. He paused. My mother chose to leave this. I've spent 10 days understanding that choice better and better. But I've also spent 10 days understanding what she left, and what you've been doing with it. He held her gaze. She would have been grateful to you for keeping it worth coming back to. Frigga's composure did the thing it always did at the wrong moment for composure, it went somewhere that needed the window. She looked at the window for a moment. When she looked back her eyes were bright and steady, and the warmth in them was the specific warmth of something that has been received completely and doesn't know what to do with the relief of that. She would have liked you, Frigga said. Enormously. Insufferably. She would have been completely unbearable about how much she liked you. He laughed. Good, he said. She reached out and put her hand briefly on his cheek, not the verification touch from the throne room, not the checking the marks touch. Just a hand on a face, the way people put hands on faces when words aren't doing quite enough. He let her. Now, she said, composing herself with the efficiency of practice. Tell me about Laufey's letter. And tell me what you need from me for the meeting. The arbiter conversation happened at dinner. All of them, Sif, Valkyrie, Hela, Thor, Frigga, and Naruto, at the small table in Frigga's private dining room rather than the great hall, which was Frigga's quiet way of saying this is a family conversation, not a court event, and nobody missed the distinction. Thor had found out about the arbiter framing from Sif, who had finished her genealogical research by midday and had apparently told him in terms so direct that he'd required approximately 4 minutes to fully absorb it before being enthusiastic about it. He was enthusiastic about it now. It solves the succession question, Thor said. Elegantly. No competition for the throne, no political maneuvering about birth order or bloodline precedence. 2 different categories of authority that complement rather than conflict. That's the theory, Naruto said. What's the practice? Valkyrie asked. She was eating with the healthy appetite of someone who had spent 3 days in the healing rooms eating what the healers provided and was making up for it. The practice is that someone has to formally recognize the arbiter standing, Frigga said. Under the old compact, the recognition has to come from a senior power of the realm. She looked at Thor. It should come from the air. Thor straightened. Then I recognize it, he said, without hesitation. Formally, here, with these witnesses. He looked at Naruto. Whatever word the old compact needs, it has it. It needs specific language, Hela said. The old tongue. I can write the recognition document. She looked at Thor, and between them something passed that was not simple. It was the complicated thing that people carry with each other when history has given them reasons for distance and the present is offering something different. If you'll sign it. A beat. I'll sign it, Thor said. And then, because he was Thor, you'll have to show me where. My old tongue reading is, Loki was always better at the languages. The name sat in the room for a moment. Everyone who had history with it felt it land differently. Hela looked at the table. He was, she said, carefully, very good at languages. Thor looked at her. Something moved in his face, the complicated grief of a brother talking to a sister about another sibling whose story wasn't finished or simple. He would have been interested in all of this, Thor said. Specifically interested. Specifically interested in the chaos of it, Hela said, with something that was wry and sad simultaneously. He would have found the treaty situation endlessly entertaining. He would have helped, Thor said. Underneath all of it. He would have helped. Hela was quiet. Then she said, with the precision of someone who has waited a long time to say something and is choosing to say it now, yes. He would. The table absorbed this, and nobody rushed past it, and after a moment the conversation found its way back to the practicalities because that was how dinners worked, the true things got said and then you continued eating. The Laufey meeting, Naruto said. I want to set it within the week. Neutral ground, not Asgard, not Jotunheim. The old compact recognizes 3 neutral spaces. Hela knows them. The void between, Hela said. The archive of the First Age. And the boundary of Yggdrasil. She looked at Naruto. The archive is the most appropriate. It's where the original treaty was signed. Then the archive, he said. I'll send word to Lao Fei tomorrow. He'll come, Frigga said. His letter said he was willing to talk. A man who writes that letter and is then offered exactly what he asked for, he'll come. What's our position going in? Valkyrie asked. The treaty needs to be rebuilt from its first principles, Naruto said. Not revised, rebuilt. The current document has 300 years of accumulated amendments that have each individually moved it further from the original intent. We strip back to the original accord and rebuild from there. He looked at Hela. Which means I need your historical knowledge of every amendment and when it was made and by whom. I'll have it written before you wake tomorrow, she said. Which means you'll be up all night, he said. I don't require sleep, Hela. She looked at him. The table was very quiet. You're doing it again, she said. The bossy thing, Valkyrie confirmed, helpfully. It's not bossy, Naruto said. It's caring. It's both, Sif said, with the composure of someone making a factual observation. It's extremely both, Thor agreed. Naruto looked around the table. At the 5 faces, each familiar in ways they hadn't been 10 days ago, each one a person he knew differently now, more completely, in the specific knowledge that came from the kind of days they'd shared. Fine, Hela said. I'll sleep. And then write the amendment analysis before you're awake. That's not how sleep works, he said. I'm 10,000 years old, she said. I've optimized. After dinner he went to the outer wall. He went there the way he always went there, not because he'd decided to go, but because his feet made the decision and he recognized where he was going and agreed with it. The night was clear, genuinely clear for the first time since the battle, the iridescence finally gone from the clouds and the stars visible the way stars were visible in places with no reason to hide what was above them. He sat on the wall with his feet hanging over the edge and looked at the bridge and the sea and the city below, and Kurama was awake in the warm way he was awake when something was complete. Well, the fox said. Well, Naruto agreed. You're staying. For now. For longer than now, Kurama said, not pressing, just accurate. You've been here 10 days and Asgard feels like somewhere you've been longer. That doesn't happen with places you're planning to leave. I'm not abandoning Konoha, Naruto said. The letter goes to Kakashi tomorrow. I'm going to go back. Visit. Stay connected. That's not what I said, Kurama said. I said you're staying here. Both things can be true. He looked at the bridge. The rainbow light on the water. Yeah, he said. Both things can be true. Your mother did it, Kurama said. In reverse. She went to the mortal world and kept her Asgardian self. Didn't stop being one to be the other. She had better fashion sense than me though. Based on Frigga's descriptions. Your fashion sense, Kurama said, is a diplomatic crisis we have not yet addressed. My jacket is perfectly good. You have worn the same jacket for 10 days in the palace of Asgard. It's a good jacket. Naruto. What? I'm happy, Kurama said, and he said it simply, without the defensive layers he would have wrapped around it 3 years ago, or 5, or 10. Just the statement, as plain as stone. I wanted to say that. He looked at the stars. Yeah, he said. Me too. Footsteps on the wall behind him. He knew them, he knew all of their footsteps now, the specific rhythm and weight of each. These were light and direct. Valkyrie sat beside him on the wall, which required slightly more confidence about heights than most people had. She sat without ceremony, feet hanging over the edge like his, and looked at the same view. You come here a lot, she said. Best thinking spot in the palace. I know. I found it 3 years before you did. She looked at the bridge. Used to come here when everything else was too much. Just sit and look at the fact that the bridge still existed and the realm was still here and I was still in it. He looked at her. Still works for that? Better now, she said. Better company. They sat in the comfortable silence that had developed between them over 10 days, the kind of silence that didn't need anything to fill it, that was its own conversation. I want to rebuild the Valkyries, she said. Not dramatically. Just decided. I've been thinking about it since you said it this morning. About what the order was and what it could be now. Different, not the same structure, not the same hierarchy. She looked at the stars. But the heart of it. The thing that made us what we were, the judgment, the latitude, the accountability to something larger than any one person's command. She glanced at him. I want to rebuild that. Yeah, he said. I'll need the regent's support. Warriors. Resources. You'll have them, he said. You can't promise Frigga's resources, she said. No, he said. But I can promise that when you make the ask, I'll be in the room. She looked at him. You'll advocate. I'll advocate, he said. And not just because I think it's right, because it is right, and because you're the person to do it, and because Asgard needs it whether or not it knows yet. She was quiet for a moment. Then, you know what you're doing, don't you, she said. The arbiter thing. It's not just a title. No, he said. You're going to be in every room, she said. Not as Asgard's representative, not as Jotunheim's, not as anyone's. Just you. Present and moving and making things connect that weren't connecting before. That's the plan, he said. She looked at the bridge. That's the most exhausting plan I've ever heard. Good thing I have a lot of energy, he said. Good thing you have people, she said, quietly, who'll tell you when to stop. He looked at her. Is that you offering? I'm offering a lot of things, she said, and the dry quality of it was covering something real that she wasn't quite hiding anymore. The managing of your energy levels is one of them. She met his eyes. Among other things. Among other things, he agreed. She looked back at the bridge. He looked at the same view. The sea moved below and the stars continued their business above and Asgard held its breath, as places hold their breath when something has just become true inside them. He thought about all of it. About Sif, who would be in the library when he went back inside, probably still reading, who had given her trust with both hands and would not take it back, who was going to be the most demanding and most honest and most worth it constant in his life going forward and knew it. About Hela, who was going to write the amendment analysis before she slept regardless of what he said, who was 10,000 years of complexity and choice and the specific transformation of someone who has found a better version of themselves after being certain one didn't exist, who was going to be near him the way she'd said, consistently, presently, irreversibly near. About Frigga, who had put a hand on his face in a healing room and given him the most honest version of sorry he'd ever received, who was going to be, he didn't have the word yet, didn't need to have it, something real and specific in its own category of person to him. About Valkyrie, sitting beside him with her feet over the edge of a wall in Asgard, who was going to rebuild something extraordinary and was going to do it in the specific way that only she could, and who was going to be honest with him in ways that would sometimes be uncomfortable and were always necessary. About Thor, who had called him brother and meant it with his whole chest, who was going to be the kind of uncomplicated constant that Naruto hadn't known he needed until it was standing in front of him being Thor at full volume. About Kurama, warm and present in 10,000 years of his own story that had found its shape in the partnership between them, who was happy in the simple way he said it. About Konoha, about Kakashi and Sakura and everyone who had made him who he was before he knew who else he was, which was still home, would always be home, existed simultaneously with everything new rather than being replaced by it. About his mother Solveig, who had sang constantly and thought better moving and told Odin he confused recklessness with courage. About his father Minato, who would have thought the whole situation was fascinating and would have had 17 opinions about the treaty architecture. He held all of it. Didn't sort it, didn't organize it into something manageable. Just held it the way you hold things that are too large to hold and do it anyway because there's no alternative that's better. "Hey," said Valkyrie. "Hey," he said back. "You went somewhere," she said. "I was thinking." "About?" He looked at the bridge. At the gold of it, and the rainbow in it, and the sea below that went further than the eye could follow, and the city behind him that was his history made physical, that was his mother's memory and his father's legacy and every person who had become real to him in 10 impossible days. "About where I am," he said. "And?" He looked at her. "At the stars. At all of it." "Good place," he said. She looked at him, and the last careful thing she'd been keeping gave, and she smiled, full and undefended and entirely real, the smile of someone who has stopped performing the absence of it. "Yeah," she said. "It is." The bridge shimmered below them, the way it shimmered when the light was exactly right, not inviting, not calling, just present. Just itself. Just a golden thing in a golden realm, doing what it had always done, connecting one place to another across the dark. He'd arrived through it by accident. He was staying by choice. And in the space between those two things, the accident and the choice, the closed bridge that had opened anyway, the lost prince who had never been lost so much as waiting in the wrong world for the right moment to be found, everything that mattered had been decided. Not by bloodline. Not by treaty. Not by the weight of a throne or the title pressed on him by a court that needed his presence to mean something it could use. By him. Specifically, stubbornly, characteristically by him, on a wall at night with the stars above Asgard doing their ancient patient work, with a fox made of fire and memory warm in his chest, with 5 people inside the palace behind him who were real and chosen in his fox fire in a golden city. It turned out to fit. 6 weeks later, in the archive of the First Age, at a stone table that had stood since before the current arrangement of the 9 realms, Naruto sat across from Luffy King and began to rebuild something that had been broken for 3 centuries, and Hela sat to his right reading from the original documents in the old tongue. And the first hour was difficult and the second was better, and by the third hour Lao Fei was leaning forward with the posture of someone who has been heard correctly for the first time in a very long time. It took 3 days. When it was done, the new accord was 80 pages long and written in 4 languages and signed by everyone at the table, and it was not perfect. Naruto had no illusions about perfection, but it was honest, which was what the original had been and what the current one had stopped being, and honest was where you started. Lao Fei, walking out of the archive at the end of the 3rd day, stopped beside Naruto at the door. He was enormous and blue and cold in the way his kind were cold, and he looked at the young man who had arrived in Asgard by accident 10 days before the full moon and had rearranged enough of the landscape that 3 days of actual conversation had been possible. "Your mother," Lao Fei said, in the old tongue, "would have been an exceptional diplomat." Naruto looked up at him. "She was," he said. "I think." "She was," Lao Fei confirmed. "I knew her, briefly, before she went to the mortal world. She argued with everyone." He looked at the archive behind them. "Including me." A pause, and something briefly human in the orange eyes. "I was wrong to try to compel you. I want to say that directly." "I know," Naruto said. "And I know why you did it." He met the king's eyes. "We're past it." Lao Fei looked at him for a long moment. Then he nodded, once, with the weight of a man who has been holding a thing for a long time and has just been told he can set it down. He walked out into the space between the worlds, and his honor guard went with him, and the archive was quiet. Hela appeared at Naruto's shoulder. "Well," she said. "Well," he said. 3 days, she said. "You rebuilt a 300-year-old political arrangement in 3 days." "We rebuilt it," he said. "I couldn't have done it without the amendment analysis." "You couldn't have done it without a great many things," she said, in the tone of someone taking inventory. Sif's genealogical research. Valkyrie's knowledge of the frost giant military structure, which informed what concessions they actually needed. Thor's endorsement, which meant Asgard's heir was visibly supporting the process. A pause. And me. And you, he said. And Kurama, she said, which surprised him. His history with the old realms. The way the giants looked at him when I explained the nature of the partnership during the second day. She glanced at him. Lao Fei trusts something that old. It was useful. I'm always useful, Kurama said, internally, with great dignity. Naruto didn't relay this. He looked at the archive door, at the space where Lao Fei had stood. This is the beginning, he said. Not the end. The new accord needs to be implemented. That's going to take time and there will be problems. Obviously, she said. Nothing worth doing is simple. But it's done, he said. The beginning of it. She looked at him. Yes, she said. It is. He turned. The others were at the archive's entrance, Sif leaning against the door with her arms crossed and an expression that said she'd been watching the final exchange with Lao Fei and had thoughts, Valkyrie beside her, Thor standing in the light in the way Thor stood in light, which was completely and with great ease. 3 people who had come to the archive not because their presence was required but because when Naruto was somewhere doing something that mattered, they were the kind of people who showed up. He walked toward them. And behind him, the archive of the First Age held the new accord in its old stone walls, and outside the 9 realms turned in their ancient arrangement, and in Asgard Frigga sat in a healing room and talked to her sleeping husband about their son, about what he'd become and who he'd found and the things he'd decided, and about how the bridge had opened without being asked and how, in the way that the oldest things operated, that had been entirely correct all along. And in Naruto's chest, warm and enormous and old enough to have witnessed the first age it was named for, the 9-tailed fox rested. Content, at last. Home, at last. Not a cage. Never again a cage. A partnership, traveling forward into a future that had enough room in it for all of them, the fox and the prince and the golden city and everyone who had been waiting, in their various ways, for something exactly like this to arrive through a bridge that nobody had opened. The light on the Bifrost was always gold. Today it looked, just slightly, like fox fire.